Chapter 554. The vision of heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the tsunami of spiritual qi receded. Lu Ping slowly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. For an ordinary practitioner to forcefully break through to the next level of cultivation, the vast amount of spiritual qi entering their veins would cause their divine will to be unable to control it. Their training methods would not be able to convert the spiritual qi into inner yuan in time, and their veins would not be able to withstand the impact of the huge amount of spiritual qi. In the end, they would explode and die. If it were not for the fact that Lu Ping practiced the North Sea wave listening technique, which was a rare and wonderful technique in the world of practice, and that Lu Ping's own cultivation base was unimaginably strong, and that his divine will was comparable to that of a peak core forging adept, with such a strong spiritual qi entering his body, Lu Ping's core space would have been broken and his cultivation would have been destroyed. Just as Lu Ping opened his eyes, the blood pressure that had previously been raging in all directions suddenly retreated and was retracted by Lu Ping. As the bloodline suppression dissipated, Lu Ping's divine sense spread out in all directions in the direction where the bloodline suppression had wreaked havoc. When he discovered Samling, Lu Ping's pupils shrank. A divine will that could confuse a peak core forging adept with an early Dharma adept did not hide its presence, but it was not ostentatious and overbearing as it approached Yuan Feixiang, who was gradually approaching Samling. Lu Ping's low-key warning made Yuan Feixiang a little confused, but the blood power that Lu Ping had just released had indeed reached the level that only Laozu, a Dharma adept, could achieve. Yuan Feixiang hesitated for a while, and her face gradually showed a look of dissatisfaction. But in the end, she did not want to become enemies with a potential Dharma adept because of a treasure, so she slowly retreated in another direction. Looking at Samling, who looked relieved but still confused, Lu Ping had an idea. He whispered something, and a wave of inner yuan came out of his throat. Following the guidance of his divine will, it reached Samling's ears in an instant. 1,000-mile voice transmission was an extremely common but extremely difficult secret technique in the world of practice. It could be said to be ordinary, but anyone who had entered the blood refining realm, even the lowest level cultivator, could use this secret technique. However, this secret technique could only be used by a blood refining realm cultivator's mouth within a radius of 10 feet. Any further and the cultivator would not be able to use his arcane energy to bind his voice into a true essence sound line and transmit it into the cultivator's ears. Using one's own magic power and true essence to wrap the voice that came out of one's mouth into a thin line and transmit it into the ears of the cultivator that one wanted to tell without being noticed by others. This was much more difficult than using a magic tool or magic treasure to kill enemies from a distance. This secret technique could only reach a distance of 10 feet in the hands of a peak blood condensation adept, and a core forging adept could only reach a maximum of 100 feet. However, at this time, Samling and Lu Ping were already more than 6 to 7 miles away. This was already beyond the basic range of 10,000 feet that a Dharma adept could control with 1,000-mile voice transmission. After a while, Luan Yu was the first to return to Lu Ping's side. Seeing Lu Ping standing at the side with a calm expression, she smiled bitterly and said, "There are more and more mysteries about you now. I can't see through you." Lu Ping smiled and changed the topic. "What do you think of this secret place?" Luan Yu's expression turned solemn. "It's very strange. In a place of death like the Great Fallen Archipelago, there is such a place full of vitality. I'm afraid this place is the same as the Great Fallen Archipelago itself. It's a space created by a powerful adept. Moreover, with the density of the spiritual qi here, if you weren't forced to break through to the next level, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to cultivate in such an environment." Lu Ping was touched. He had experienced it himself, so he naturally knew that the spiritual qi in such an environment was so dense that it was almost liquid. This was an unimaginable temptation to cultivators. However, his spirit pets and Luan Yu were willing to resist this temptation for his own safety. This was unimaginable. It had to be known that in such an environment, only the moment the spiritual qi in a cultivator's body was stimulated was the most obvious effect on a cultivator's cultivation. If they missed the pulsation of the spiritual qi in their body, even if Samling and the others cultivated at this time, although this environment was equivalent to a giant spirit vein, they would no longer have the ideal effect of falling into a deep state of cultivation. Fortunately, Samling, Luanyu, and the others did not fall into a deep state of cultivation. Otherwise, the seemingly strong but actually violent spiritual qi in this place would instantly break the restraints on the spiritual qi after entering Samling and the others' bodies. Samling would not be able to control the spiritual qi and would eventually explode. Even with Luanyu's cultivation at the mid-core forging stage, even if he did not explode from the violent spiritual qi in his body, the spiritual qi in his body would not be able to transform into the blood essence for the gold core to absorb. As a result, his core space would burst and his cultivation would be destroyed. In order to completely absorb the violent heaven and earth spiritual qi in the surroundings, a cultivator's cultivation must be at least at the late stage of core forging. Moreover, they must be an outstanding late-stage core forging cultivator. Only then would they be able to grasp the throbbing qi of true essence and use it to improve their own cultivation. After listening to Lu Ping's explanation, Luanyu patted his chest with lingering fear and said, "Fortunately, we resisted the temptation to cultivate. Otherwise, we would have been killed without a trace. However, not only were you unscathed in this violent spiritual qi, but you also successfully advanced to the 6th layer of the core forging stage." At this time, Lu Qiner, Samling, and Lu Dagui had also returned. When Lu Qiner heard Lu Ping's words, she anxiously pointed at Debao on the ground and said, "Big brother, what should we do with Debao? Even core forging stage cultivators like us can't withstand such violent heaven and earth spiritual qi, so why is Debao still able to fall into a deep sleep?" Lu Ping smiled helplessly and said, "I have to say that this guy's luck is really good. We just found a golden core forging stage earth attribute tiger bloodline for him, and he ushered in the opportunity to break through. Although the bloodline that was prepared to be refined wasn't as good as the one in this golden core, it was enough for Debao's aptitude. However, he didn't get the opportunity to break through. However, if it weren't for the fact that he had fallen into a deep slumber right beside me and had walked out of the range of the spiritual qi around him, he would have most likely exploded into a cloud of blood mist the moment he fell into a deep slumber." Luanyu added with a smile, "The reason why Lu Ping didn't leave Debao's side and use the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique to summon us back was because he wanted to suppress the violent spiritual qi in the surroundings. Then, he and Debao could smoothly absorb and refine the spiritual qi and break through." When Lu Qiner saw Lu Ping smiling and nodding, she rolled her eyes at Luanyu and said, "If you ask me, you're obviously very smart, aren't you?" Luanyu smiled bitterly. She couldn't say a word after being scolded by Lu Qiner. At this moment, in the perception of everyone's spiritual qi, the spiritual qi that had been suppressed by Lu Ping suddenly became violent again. Everyone's complexion changed slightly, and they all looked at Debao who was lying on the ground and sleeping. Lu Ping's hands formed a seal, and 12 finger-sized true essence balls suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's right hand. Lu Ping raised his right hand above his head, and the 12 true essence balls flew in different directions. Lu Ping softly shouted, "Calm the sea." The 12 true essence balls exploded, and the true essence that burst out turned into silk threads that connected with each other. With Debao as the center, the surging spiritual qi within a radius of 100 feet was once again suppressed. At the same time, the 12 true essence balls formed a simple array formation that unexpectedly sealed the spiritual qi that had appeared when Debao was about to break through to the core forging stage and transform. At this time, Debao had also reached the final moment of advancing to the core forging stage, and his entire body was wrapped in a yellow light. The yellow light gradually shrank and slowly transformed into a human shape. The yellow light shrank to a height similar to Luanyu's height, but at this time, Debao seemed to have some ideas in his mind. The rough outline of his head that was revealed by the yellow light began to look left and right. Everyone could see that Debao's newly generated divine sense swept over everyone, as if he was hesitating about something. Finally, Debao's divine sense locked onto Lu Dagui's body, and the yellow light rapidly expanded. However, the originally rich light became thinner after Debao's body expanded. Pooh! Because Debao's swollen body expanded too much, the yellow light seemed to be unable to keep up. Like a punctured balloon, the yellow light shrank back to its original size. The yellow light squirmed for a while, and Debeo's newly generated divine sense once again probed. This time, it stared at Lu Ping's body. Among everyone, Lu Ping's body was second only to the tall and sturdy Lu Dague. Unfortunately, Debeo's hope was once again shattered, and the yellow light shrank back into a ball. At this moment, Luanyu finally couldn't help but advise him. Debeo, even though we demons can adjust our figures and appearances after taking human form, it's still rather similar to our own innate talent and appearance. Don't blindly imitate the appearance of others and end up becoming neither. The yellow light trembled violently again. This time, Debeo's divine sense stared at Luanyu's body. The yellow light expanded again, and in the middle of the light was a shining golden pellet. It was Debeo's newly formed gold core. This time, the light finally stabilized, and an earthen yellow humanoid appeared, roughly the same height as Luanyu. The corner of Luanyu's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected that his words would attract Debeo's attention, and he began to transform according to his appearance. Debeo seemed to be very satisfied this time, and immediately began to fill his monster transformation into the golden outline. Seeing that Debeo was about to completely transform, suddenly a playful voice shouted in panic, "Squeak, not good, bad, squeak." Originally, Debeo used his Jin Yuan to transform the outline, but after Lu Ping transformed, this outline suddenly expanded by 2 feet. The original image of a handsome young master suddenly became a small head, smaller eyes, but a huge belly. Because of the increase of 2 feet in circumference, he suddenly became a fat boy of 17 or 18 years old. Lu Ping and the others looked at Debeo, who had successfully transformed into his human form, and laughed out loud. The chubby young man looked like he was about to cry, but the 2 black dots in his eyes were darting around. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 555. Debeo stood in the center with a dejected look on his face. Everyone looked at the transformed Debeo and burst into laughter. Debeo was so focused on comparing his appearance with the people around him that he forgot his own weight. Although Debeo was a rat demon, he was gluttonous and lazy. He had already grown to the size of a fat pig. He had a fat body, a short body, a small head, small eyes that flickered in all directions, and 2 thick white front teeth. This was the image of a rich young master that Debeo had transformed into. However, no matter how you looked at it, it felt awkward. Debeo was still carefully examining his transformed body to see if there was any possibility of improvement when he suddenly felt a pain under his nose. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ouch, squeak, be gentle." When everyone looked again, they suddenly realized that Debeo had 2 long and sparse whiskers above his lips, which was very different from his appearance when he was 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, one of the 2 whiskers was firmly grasped in Lu Qiner's hand. Debeo was in so much pain that he bent over and cried out. He had no choice but to say carefully, "Sister Qin, let go, it's going to break, it's going to break." Lu Qiner said angrily, "Pang Bao, you're so arrogant. You actually fell asleep without a sound and made so many of us stand guard for you. Brother even had to help you suppress the explosive and fluctuating spiritual qi in the surroundings. Brother is usually the most biased and has given you many good things. This time, you have to give us some compensation. Otherwise, you know what will happen." Debeo struggled to break free from Lu Qiner's hand with great difficulty. He grimaced in pain and said, "Sister Qin, I swear to God, I didn't know that the spiritual qi here would be so thick. I was just careless and the magic power in my body began to circulate uncontrollably. When it comes to cultivation pills and whatnot, of course I, Debeo, have the most. But what kind of aptitude do you guys have? 1 day of cultivation for you is equivalent to 3 to 5 days of cultivation for me. You can break through to the core forging stage every time you take 100 bottles of pills, but I have to take 300 to 500 bottles. If Master didn't use so many pills on me, how could I, Debeo, reach the core forging stage?" Lu Qiner rolled her big eyes and smirked, "Fatty Bao, you're right. However, among the 4 of us, your cultivation is the lowest, but you are the richest. Secondly, you have successfully broken through to the core forging stage, so you have to express your gratitude. Otherwise, hee. DeBeo covered the storage bag at his waist vigilantly. He looked around and saw Samling walking toward DeBeo with a smirk. DeBeo was so scared that he hurried to hide behind Lu Ping. But suddenly, he bumped into a wall. DeBeo had been with Lu Ping for the longest time, and he had made the most contributions for Lu Ping. However, DeBeo was funny, and his cultivation was the lowest. Lu Ping's other spiritual pets always bullied him. DeBeo had accumulated many things that Lu Ping didn't need, and the other spiritual pets often asked for money from Lu Ping. Lu Ping knew all this, but Lu Ping knew that although DeBeo was stingy, he wasn't really stingy. Every time, he would give them the treasures that the other spiritual pets asked for, even though he would grimace in pain every time. The other spiritual pets didn't really need these things. They just thought DeBeo was a miser. As long as it was a practicing tool, he would keep it, regardless of its grade. So, they often teamed up to make fun of him. Every time they saw DeBeo hand over his spiritual materials for refining low-grade magic tools or 1 or 2 500-year-old spiritual herbs, as if he was cutting his own flesh, the others would gloat and laugh. DeBeo would hide in his cave residence angrily and practice hard. He wanted to surpass the others in cultivation so that he could take advantage of them. However, what made people helpless was that DeBeo's ambition could only persist until the end of his cultivation, but at least before the end of the cultivation, DeBeo's ambition still existed. When DeBeo looked up, he saw Lu Dague standing in front of DeBeo with a simple and honest face. Seeing DeBeo's surprised and angry eyes, he touched his bright head and said with a silly smile, "Hee, brother DeBeo, you almost hit the master." DeBeo cried in grief and indignation, "Dague, why are you like this too?" Lu Dague smiled, but didn't speak. DeBeo saw that he couldn't avoid it this time. In fact, he couldn't avoid it again. He had to say helplessly, "Well, you won, but don't think that I didn't prepare this time." Everyone did not know what DeBeo was talking about, but they saw DeBeo suddenly turn into a cloud of yellow dust with a bang. The dust rapidly shrank into the ground, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the soil. Lu Qiner blinked and said with pity, "Pang Bao's earth escape technique is getting more and more exquisite." This time, he actually escaped. Lu Linger also nodded and said, "In the past, Brother Bao's earth escape technique was exquisite, and his ability to escape was first class. But with the few of us working together, even if Brother DeBeo didn't help, he still couldn't escape. This time, Brother DeBeo's other abilities haven't improved much, but his ability to escape has become more and more perfect." While they were talking, Lu Ping raised his eyebrows, and the yellow smoke that was previously not buried in the ground suddenly came out. The yellow smoke suddenly dissipated, and DeBeo proudly stood in the same place. He stretched out his right hand that was clenched behind his back, and a crystal-clear pearl suddenly appeared in DeBeo's hand. Lu Qiner grabbed the pearl and looked at it for a moment. She had seen such a pearl in Lu Ping's hand before. She said with surprise, "A small spirit-gathering pearl? Pang Bao, you are so generous this time." Lu Linger's little nose wrinkled, and she said, "Generous what? Isn't it just taking advantage of others?" The spirit-gathering pearl slowly flew from Lu Qiner's hand and landed in Lu Ping's hand. Although Lu Ping had already obtained several spirit-gathering pearls, after seeing it this time, he was quite surprised. The small spirit veins on Huangli Island had already been cultivated by Lu Ping to 8. With this one, it was not far from becoming a medium spirit vein. Lu Ping put away the spirit-gathering pearl casually, and asked, "DeBeo, when did you find a spirit-gathering pearl underground?" Although the density of the spirit chi here has reached the level of a giant spirit vein, the spirit vein is not here. DeBeo shook his head in confusion, and said, "I don't know about this. It's just that in the process of my cultivation breakthrough, when my divine sense was transforming into divine sense, I could vaguely penetrate the ground with my divine sense. I saw that the spirit chi on the ground was gathering towards Master, and at the same time, a spirit-gathering pearl was slowly forming. After Master's cultivation breakthrough and awakening, the surrounding spirit chi dissipated, and this spirit-gathering pearl was also formed. Lu Qiner giggled and said, Pang Bao, I can condense a spirit-gathering pearl after my cultivation breakthrough. You also have a breakthrough, why didn't you condense a spirit-gathering pearl? Even if it's a miniature spirit-gathering pearl? De Bao's round face flushed red, and he said, little Blue Luan, how do you know that I, Big Brother Bao, did not condense a spirit-gathering pearl? It's just that the spirit chi that I, Big Brother Bao, have also gathered into the spirit-gathering pearl in Master's hand. Lu Ping nodded and said, De Bao is right. The spirit vein that this miniature spirit-gathering pearl can nurture in the future will indeed exceed a whole spirit vein. Hearing Lu Ping's words, De Bao immediately glanced at Lu Qiner arrogantly. But then Lu Ping said, unfortunately, the part that exceeded this time is not even enough for a miniature spirit vein. De Bao's face suddenly fell, but the two mischievous kids, Lu Qiner and Lu Linger, laughed like silver bells. Seeing Lu Qiner and Lu Linger laughing non-stop, De Bao said angrily, don't think that this is the only treasure I found. After I advanced to the core forging stage, my ability to find treasures has greatly improved. The spirit chi here is so rich, how can there be no treasure? At that time, This time, it was De Bao who began to tremble. However, De Bao's words suddenly made everyone's eyes light up. Lu Qiner was the most anxious, and she said, Brother Pang Bao, what other treasures did you find? Can you take us to see them? De Bao raised his head and said arrogantly, call me Brother Bao, I don't like people calling me fat. Lu Qiner suddenly frowned and said fiercely, Pang Bao, are you going or not? De Bao suddenly shuddered. At this time, Lu Ping said next to him, De Bao, let's go to the treasure you found first. There are not only a few of us in this secret plane. If we are late, maybe others will get it first. De Bao immediately took the opportunity and said, little Qinghuan, it's not that Brother Pang is afraid of you. This is the Master's order. With your explosive temper, be careful that you can't get married in the future. Lu Qiner looked at Luan Yu next to her and her face suddenly turned red, but then she was about to attack De Bao again. She didn't know how smart De Bao was. When he said this, he had already turned into a cloud of yellow smoke and disappeared into the ground. Lu Ping smiled and explored with his divine thought. He had already found De Bao who didn't dive deep into the ground, then he followed De Bao in the direction of Earth escape. The cultivator's divine thought couldn't penetrate very far under the ground, but with Lu Ping's current cultivation, Samling and Lu Dague hurriedly followed, but after a few steps everyone snickered. Lu Qiner was angry and anxious when she heard everyone's snickering, but she didn't know what to say. At this time, Luan Yu was about to say something, but she was glared at by Lu Qiner. She stomped on the ground, and a fiery true essence was injected into the ground under her feet, burning the ground into a hardened state. Luan Yu looked at Lu Qiner who walked forward angrily and shook her head helplessly. A burst of green smoke rose, and the cloth soles on Luan Yu's feet had been burned through. Chapter 556. When Luan Yu arrived behind the crowd, they were looking at a plant that was half the height of a person. To be precise, they were looking at a fist-sized pale green fruit on the top of the plant. De Bao seemed to be stimulated by someone and shouted, this fruit must be very strange. Although I, De Bao, am only talented in sensing the gathering and dispersing of spiritual chi, that was before I reached the core forging stage. Now I am a high-level beast cultivator of the core forging stage. Lu Linger suddenly opened her mouth and said, Pang Bao, did you awaken other talents after you reached the core forging stage? De Bao was dumbfounded. After a moment, he braced himself and said, you have to believe in my intuition. In the future, I will definitely be the most powerful connoisseur in the cultivation world. I will see all the treasures in the world. This fruit must be extraordinary. So that's how it is. Lu Linger seemed to have seen through De Bao's trick and said to Lu Qiner with a teasing smile. De Bao saw the two of them teasing him and was immediately annoyed. When he was about to lose his temper, he heard someone behind him say, hey, pale wood pure jade fruit. I didn't expect that the spiritual fruit, which has been extinct in the cultivation world for a long time, could still survive here. Moreover, this fruit seems to have reached the point of maturity. When everyone looked back, they saw Luan Yu looking at the fruit with a face full of joy. She said while walking. Lu Ping originally thought that this fruit was familiar, but he didn't have a deep impression of it. For a moment, he couldn't remember the origin of this fruit. After hearing Luan Yu's words, he suddenly understood. This fruit was the pale wood pure jade fruit that Luan Yu had given to Lu Ping in the inheritance record of the Wood Luan clan. Even though Lu Ping had read through the records of this inheritance extremely seriously, the Wood Luan race's tens of thousands of years of collection and records regarding spirit herbs and spirit trees, just how vast was the content? Even though Lu Ping's divine sense far surpassed that of others, how many layers could he see, how much could he remember in a short amount of time? Lu Ping suddenly thought of the use of the pure jade fruit recorded by the Wood Luan clan and said happily, "So this is the pure jade fruit. This is really a rare item. Just this fruit alone makes this trip to the secret place worthwhile." De Bayo was originally speechless after being rebuked by several people. When he heard this, he immediately raised his nostrils to the sky and looked at Lu Linger and Lu Qiner with disdain. He seemed to be more and more arrogant. Lu Hai, who was like an enigmatic gourd, suddenly said, "Brother Bao, this posture is very good. In the future, you don't have to be afraid of snot flowing out." De Bayo suddenly felt as if there was a stream of snot pouring into his nose, mouth, and throat. He choked and coughed, pointing at Lu Hai and unable to speak. Lu Bai knocked Lu Hai and said, "Second brother, can you not be so disgusting?" Lu Hai laughed and no longer spoke. Lu Bai turned to Lu Ping and asked, "Father, what kind of treasure is this pure jade fruit?" Lu Ping turned to Luan Yu and said, "Brother Luan, it's better for you to say it." Luan Yu said with a smile, "The reason why this pure jade fruit does not have too much spiritual qi, besides the fact that the spiritual qi in the environment here is too dense, the biggest reason is that this is a kind of spirit fruit that can strengthen the physical strength of cultivators. In the cultivation world, there are only a few spirit herbs and spirit fruits that can be used to strengthen the physical strength. Therefore, the convenience of using these things as materials to make pills is also extremely rare." Seeing that everyone understood the effect of the pure jade fruit, Luan Yu said again, "I believe you all should understand the benefits of the physical strength. This is an important factor in whether Dharma idol Laozu can pass the tribulation and go further. This pure azure wood fruit can be used to concoct a type of pure azure wood pill. This pill is different from the bone-forging pill that Brother Lu used in the past. The bone-forging pill focuses more on strengthening the cultivator's bones, while the pure azure wood pill is a type of pill that specializes in strengthening the muscles and muscles. If this pill is used on an ordinary cultivator, the cultivator's fleshly body would instantly reach the mid-grade magic treasure stage. This is a relatively high-grade pill used to strengthen the fleshly body. Unfortunately, we do not have the pill recipe for the pure jade pill." Lu Ping asked with some regret, "Brother Luan, do you know where to find this pure jade pill?" Luan Yu thought for a moment and said, "The pill recipe for the pure jade pill is said to be the inheritance of the human race's alchemists. The 5 great sects of the Central Plains may have the inheritance, the other great sects may also have it, and there are also those aristocratic families with a long history, or families that specialize in alchemy, such as the Lu family." At this time, the attentive Lu Bai suddenly said, "Father, when that Yuan flew over here, he was flying in the direction of this pure jade fruit. Does that Yuan aristocratic family have the pill recipe for the pure jade pill?" Lu Ping nodded, unable to see any clues from his deep affection. Seeing Lu Ping like this, Luan Yu interjected, "The Yuan aristocratic family has a long history, comparable to the 5 great sects. It is not strange that the family has this pill recipe passed down." Lu Ping suddenly stepped forward, wanting to pick the pure jade fruit, but Lu Ping had just taken 2 steps forward when De Bayo suddenly emerged from the ground, running backwards as he said, "Boss, quickly retreat." Lu Ping did not hesitate to retreat. At the same time his divine sense explored the ground, his expression immediately changed and the speed at which he retreated suddenly increased. Seeing Lu Ping like this, the others also retreated. At this moment, the ground within 1,000 feet of the pure jade fruit suddenly began to tremble. Countless roots and branches emerged from the ground and danced wildly in all directions, like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. The golden scale sword in Lu Ping's hand flashed, cutting off more than a dozen roots, but Lu Ping frowned. The toughness of these roots was far beyond Lu Ping's expectation. Looking at the pure jade fruit 1,000 feet away, Lu Ping could not help but feel a little annoyed. The others also used their own methods. Luan Yu's hand shot out a mass of cyan blue flame, burning off the 5 roots. Then, he stretched out his hand and shot out a fist-sized true essence ball. The true essence ball split into 3 small balls in midair and submerged into the 3 tentacles. These 3 tentacles were immediately controlled by Luan Yu, and began to strangle the surrounding roots. The 2 wheels in Lu Qiner's hands, one turned into a ring of wind, the other turned into a ring of fire. The 2 rings of fire crisscrossed, strangling the roots at a speed straight to Luan Yu. However, Lu Qiner's speed was not as fast as Samling's. Lu Hai's hands gathered together, condensing a cloud of mist in the middle, hitting the roots in front of him. The mist had just enveloped more than a dozen roots. When Lu Linger stretched out her hand, the waving movements of the roots suddenly became sluggish. Each root was covered with white frost. At this moment, Lu Bai suddenly emitted several blue wind blades. More than a dozen frozen and brittle plants were broken. The parts hit by the wind blades all turned into ice. Lu Dagui took out his own armor and transformed it into a shield magic treasure. The 4 shields flew out and surrounded Lu Dagui. At this moment, a yellow light suddenly appeared behind Lu Dagui. Debeo wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down on the ground in fear. He said weakly, "Oh my God, what the hell is this? It's too powerful. I was almost bound to the ground and couldn't come up. It seems that escaping through the earth isn't safe either." Dagui's naive voice sounded, but with a hint of urgency, said, "Brother Bao, if you don't help, we will be in trouble." When Debeo looked out of the 4 shields, he saw dozens of roots firmly trapping the 4 shields that Dagui had extended outwards. The roots actually intertwined to form a thick rope that bound the 4 shields together. The rope was desperately shrinking towards the center, and the 4 shields creaked as if they were about to be crushed at any moment. Debao suddenly jumped up from the ground. As he landed, he suddenly stomped on the ground. The 4 earthen walls suddenly rose up from the ground, and the 4 shields instantly turned into 4 balls of spirit water that merged with the earthen walls. The earthen walls were quickly reinforced, and dozens of ropes formed from roots suddenly loosened, rose up, and pulled out. With a "pa" sound, a huge ravine appeared on the earthen walls. Debeo jumped up and down again, baring his teeth as he cursed, "Your Grandpa Shu is going to die from the pain. Just you wait, your Grandpa Shu will definitely burn all of you to ashes in just a moment." As soon as Debeo's voice fell, he saw a golden sword light flash. In the past, Debeo could not catch the sword light in Lu Ping's hand, but now that he had advanced to the core forging stage, he finally caught the sword light. However, in his heart, he had a more intuitive understanding of the power of Lu Ping's swordsmanship, and in his heart, he had a more intuitive understanding of the power of Lu Ping's swordsmanship. In his heart, there was a trace of awe for Lu Ping than before he advanced to the core forging stage. At this time, Lu Ping did not care about the spiritual energy turbulence caused by the use of swordsmanship, which would attract the attention of other cultivators, because these countless roots had already stirred up the spiritual energy in this secret area. Even if Lu Ping did not make a move, it would attract the attention of other cultivators in this secret area. Even if Lu Ping did not make a move, it would attract the attention of other cultivators in this secret area. If Lu Ping made a move now, he would have the upper hand. Everyone, work together. When Luan Yu saw Lu Ping use his great swordsmanship to cut off nearly 100 roots in front of him, he immediately understood what Lu Ping meant. He raised his hands one after another, and a row of 6 true essence balls flew out from his hands, turning into 18 small true essence balls and submerging into the roots. The 18 roots were under Luan Yu's control, and suddenly more than 50 roots around them were tightly entangled. Samling and Lu Qiner took the opportunity to use their own methods to cut off more than 50 roots as quickly as possible. Everyone advanced more than 10 feet in an instant. Lu Ping followed closely behind, using the famous great magical power passed down by his teacher, Lu Tianling, Lu Ping used 5 waterspouts. Each waterspout covered more than 20 roots, and each root was tightly bound by the waterspout. Only when there were 7 waterspouts could it be regarded as a great magical power. Lu Ping was still 2 waterspouts away from his 4th great magical power. Chapter 557. Lu Ping wielded his golden scale sword and netherwater sword at the same time. As the hundreds of roots were bound by the waterspout and unable to resist, the netherwater sword no longer had to deliberately use the sword technique to make itself invisible. He used the raging waves hitting the shores sword technique, which he had not used for a long time. The pair of flying swords turned into a golden wheel and a blue light, and they rushed towards the thick roots one after the other. Using this sword technique again, Lu Ping suddenly had a different feeling. Lu Ping had long since discovered that the raging waves hitting the shores sword technique was actually more suitable for using a pair of flying swords to bring out the essence of this sword technique. However, since the flying wings dual swords had been broken, Lu Ping had never had the opportunity to obtain a pair of good flying swords. Therefore, he did not have a deep understanding of this sword technique. This time, when Lu Ping used it again, although the golden scale sword and the netherwater sword were not a complete set of flying swords, and the 2 flying swords were even different in nature, with Lu Ping's attainments in swordsmanship, he was still able to control the 2 flying swords and barely use them as a pair of flying swords. However, the power displayed by the raging waves hitting the shores sword technique greatly surprised Lu Ping. At this time, Lu Ping's swordsmanship had already risen to the true temple of swordsmanship in the cultivation world, and the only thing he lacked was cultivation. At this time, when Lu Ping looked back at this sword technique, he suddenly found that the true essence of this sword technique had not been discovered by Lu Ping at all. The raging waves hitting the shores sword technique was more than a set of exquisite swordsmanship. If it was really practiced to the extreme, how could its power be inferior to that of a great magical skill? Discovering a powerful magical skill from the inheritance of his family's swordsmanship made Lu Ping both surprised and regretful. If he had known this, Lu Ping would have asked Jinling's weapon refiner to refine a set of flying swords for him. But now was not the time for regret, because at this time, Lu Ping's divine thought had already captured that someone was coming in this direction. Lu Ping had already retracted his bloodline suppression, which was accompanied by his divine will, surged towards the incoming person in an overwhelming manner. Sure enough, the newcomer was intimidated by Lu Ping's power. He stood there motionlessly, as if he was hesitating about something. Lu Ping, Luan Yu, and the others advanced another 100 feet towards the azure wood pure jade fruit. At that moment, Lu Ping abruptly raised his head and saw that another cultivator was rushing over from where the previous cultivator was. After meeting up with the previous cultivator, they once again rushed towards the verdant wood pure jadeite fruit. This time, however, they were much more cautious. 2 late core forging adepts actually dared to beat up a Dharma adept, Qiu Feng. Lu Ping instantly understood. Dharma adepts were originally unable to enter the secret area, so if there really was a Dharma adept here, then it must be because he had just used the violent spiritual qi to trigger an advancement opportunity and was lucky enough to advance to the Dharma adept. Such a adept's cultivation had not yet stabilized, so how could he have the confidence to face the joint attack of other late core forging adepts? Moreover, these 2 late core forging adepts dared to challenge a Dharma adept. Then, these 2 people were most likely either from the Crystal Palace or the Yuan clan. Only these 2 families had the strength and confidence to dare to use late core forging adepts to fight against Dharma adepts. Moreover, Lu Ping and the others were not Dharma adepts. Once these 2 people arrived, everyone's true cultivation would be immediately exposed. At that time, not only would they not be able to scare off the adepts, but they would also end up being hunted down by the adepts. Thinking of this, the 2 flying swords in Lu Ping's hands could not help but speed up a bit. At the same time, Debao and Dague also joined forces to open up the road to the azure wood pure jade fruit. Unfortunately, these 2 people's strength was really poor. Lu Dague's strength was reflected in the shield in his hand, and Debao's mind was completely focused on escaping. Although these 2 people could increase the effectiveness of the shield, they did not help much in speeding up the progress of Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened his mouth and blew, and the eastern purple flame suddenly flew out from Lu Ping's storage instrument, suddenly covering dozens of roots that were waving towards Lu Ping. Before the eastern purple flame could burn these dozens of roots, a black demonic flame suddenly flew out from Lu Ping's hand, once again burning dozens of roots with a crackling sound. The speed of this flame was no less than that of the eastern purple flame. Seeing that the two people were getting closer and closer to Lu Ping, they could discover the true cultivation level of Lu Ping and the others at any time. Lu Ping was very anxious. As he used all his strength to cut off the roots in front of him, he used his divine will to see if there was anything else in the storage instrument that could be used to speed up the process of getting the azure wood pure jade fruit. At this time, Lu Ping's heart moved, and a ball of golden liquid floated above his palm. Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and the golden liquid collapsed into a cloud of golden mist that scattered towards the roots. The moment these roots were shrouded by the golden mist, it was as if they were scalded by boiling water, and they quickly shrank back into the ground. Lu Ping was secretly happy, and he hurriedly moved forward. However, just as Lu Ping condensed the golden mist again, the roots that had shrunk back into the ground once again popped out and wrapped around Lu Ping. Lu Ping had no choice but to once again disperse the golden mist, and at the same time, cast the myriad poison meteorite gang to temporarily protect his body. When the roots came into contact with the golden mist and the golden myriad poison meteorite gang, they immediately shrank back into the ground. Lu Ping, who seemed to be surrounded by the roots, began to move forward in the middle of the waving roots. Although his speed was still very slow, it was much better than using magic treasures to clear these roots bit by bit. At least, Lu Ping did not need to spend a lot of true essence to cut these roots. At this time, two late core forging realm cultivators rushed over from afar. Judging by their clothes, Lu Ping guessed that they were cultivators from the Crystal Palace. The two Crystal Palace cultivators saw that the waving roots were surrounding the verdant wood pure jade fruit, and they were first delighted. However, when they saw that Lu Ping was actually able to move forward in the middle of the waving roots, they frowned. Before the two cultivators appeared, Lu Ping had already collected Luan Yu and the others into the Golden House. Lu Ping had also stopped attacking. Relying on the effects of the myriad poison meteorite gang and the myriad poison liquid, he forcibly opened a path through the waving roots and walked towards the verdant wood pure jade fruit. After Lu Ping walked past, the shrinking roots behind him stretched out again. At the same time, they also blocked the path that Lu Ping had opened. It seemed that these roots were letting Lu Ping pass. The two Crystal Palace cultivators looked at each other and seemed to be discussing something. The two of them made a half circle and appeared on the path that Lu Ping and the others had opened up. They directly walked in, and as a result, they were directly behind Lu Ping. With the help of the path that Lu Ping and the others had opened up, they shortened the distance between them and Lu Ping. At the same time, they also blocked Lu Ping's path of retreat. What an arrogant Crystal Palace cultivator! Lu Ping's divine sense detected that one of the Crystal Palace cultivators suddenly took out two swords and said something. The swords flew in two different directions. Obviously, they were summoning their fellow disciples from the Crystal Palace. This was using late core forging realm cultivators to besiege a transcendence realm cultivator. Lu Ping's expression turned serious. In the overseas cultivation world, only the Crystal Palace cultivators would dare and have the ability to do such a thing. Lu Ping's expression did not change, but he secretly increased the amount of myriad poison liquid he used. The true essence in his body disappeared like flowing water. However, the speed at which Lu Ping moved forward did not increase by much. At this time, Lu Ping could no longer use other offensive methods to advance. Because once Lu Ping attacked, Lu Ping's true cultivation would be exposed in front of the Crystal Palace cultivators. Lu Ping was currently disguised as a cultivator who had just advanced to the Transcendence realm, but the Crystal Palace cultivators still dared to gang up on him. If Lu Ping really revealed his core forging realm cultivation, the two Crystal Palace cultivators behind him would immediately attack and kill Lu Ping. Just as Lu Ping was trying to open up the space in the Golden House to draw out more myriad poison liquid, Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly captured an aura from the open space passage. Through the space passage, the aura seemed to be curiously and nervously looking at the outside world. There was even a trace of excitement and impatience in the aura. Lu Ping paid attention to this aura with a strange expression. However, he did not stop this aura from leaking out of the Golden House. However, after this aura emerged from the space passage that Lu Ping had specially opened up and adapted to the outside environment, it quickly established a mysterious connection with the waving roots on the ground. Even Lu Ping did not know what would happen next. However, to Lu Ping's surprise, when this aura came into contact with the roots, they suddenly stood up straight like steel needles. They no longer waved around and attacked. Lu Ping walked around the roots in disbelief. As expected, the roots did not attack Lu Ping. After Lu Ping walked over, the upright roots slowly wriggled again, returning to their previous menacing state. Lu Ping was overjoyed. Following the guidance of this aura, he walked around the roots as if he was walking around a small tree. The roots seemed to have treated Lu Ping as one of their own. The Crystal Palace cultivators behind Lu Ping, who were blocked by the roots, looked at Lu Ping leisurely waving the roots in a dumbfounded manner. Lu Ping walked up to the azure wood pure jade fruit, took out a jade essence box from his storage magic treasure, carefully picked the fruit and put it into the jade box. At this moment, the Crystal Palace cultivators seemed to wake up from a dream. Seeing that Lu Ping was going to leave in another direction, the two of them quickly went around the waving roots to where Lu Ping was going. They tried to cut off Lu Ping's path and trap Lu Ping among the roots. When the other cultivators from the Crystal Palace arrived, they would besiege Lu Ping. At that time, even if Lu Ping advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage, under the siege of the Crystal Palace's Dao Soldier formation, Lu Ping could only die. In this way, not only would the azure wood pure jade fruit be in the Crystal Palace's pocket, but Lu Ping's wealth would also be a windfall for the Crystal Palace cultivators. Chapter 558. A few more flashes of light fell from the sky. For Crystal Palace cultivators at the late stage of core forging realm appeared from the flashes of light. Although the two Crystal Palace cultivators looked happy, the 6 cultivators at the late stage of core forging realm stared at Lu Ping, who was walking leisurely among the roots. They no longer concealed their intention to kill Lu Ping. Lu Ping seemed to not see them. He still walked in the previous direction unhurriedly toward the trap of the Tao Soldier formation set by the 6 Crystal Palace cultivators. As Lu Ping got closer and closer to the 6 cultivators, the 6 Crystal Palace cultivators began to doubt themselves. What did this cultivator mean? Did he really think that he could fight against the Tao Soldier formation formed by the 6 late-stage core forging realm cultivators of the Crystal Palace by himself? The 6 Crystal Palace cultivators dared to fight against a cultivator who had just entered the Dharma characteristic stage with their late-stage core forging realm cultivation because they had won several battles against Dharma characteristic stage cultivators. They even had a record of killing Dharma characteristic stage cultivators more than once. Therefore, they were so sure of their own strength. However, this cultivator, who seemed to come from the central region, did not look anxious at all. Did he also have a trump card that allowed him to escape from the siege of the 6 cultivators? The faces of the 6 cultivators from Crystal Palace grew solemn and they spread their divine senses outwards. However, they found nothing. They did not find any cultivators who might be here to receive this person. Immediately, the 6 of them looked at one another. Lu Ping bypassed a root, and his hidden face was immediately exposed to the Crystal Palace cultivators. A cultivator from the Lu family of the Central region. I know this person. He is called Lu Runjian. He is one of the 2nd-generation disciples of the Lu family of the Central region. He is very promising to advance to the Dharma characteristic stage. I didn't expect that a cultivator from the Lu family would be so lucky to meet him. The Lu family killed the alchemist of our sect, Peng Xiuan. This time, we happen to meet Lu Runjian. His status and achievements are similar to Master Peng's. God wants us to avenge Master Peng Xiuan. That's right. The Crystal Palace has never suffered such a loss. A middle-level family from the Central region actually dared to attack a cultivator of our sect. Even the 5 giant sects of the central region wouldn't dare to do it so blatantly. When Lu Ping entered the secret plane, Lyra Laozu gave Lu Ping a masked magic weapon. Lu Ping originally wanted to change himself into the appearance of Yuan Feixiang. However, he immediately remembered that Yuan Feixiang was only at the 7th level of the core forging realm at the beginning. After advancing in the secret plane, she was only at the 8th level of the core forging realm. She was not a cultivator of the Dharma characteristic stage at all. Lu Ping thought about it and changed his appearance to the peak core forging realm cultivator of the Lu family, Lu Runjian. Although there was no clear hatred between Lu Runjian and Lu Ping, at this time, Lu Ping did not know other cultivators who entered the secret plane. Naturally, it was better for him to die than for him. How could Lu Ping care so much? Seeing Lu Ping walking over with a smile, it seemed that he was going to greet the 6 people. The 6 Crystal Palace cultivators unconsciously clenched their fists, and a trace of nervousness suddenly began to brew in the hearts of the 6 people. Lu Ping had walked into the attack range of the 6 people at this time, but at this time, there were still many roots in front of Lu Ping. The 6 people saw that Lu Ping was so arrogant, so they simply waited for him to walk out of the roots. At that time, they could avoid the weakening of the power of the Dao soldier formation formed by the 6 people. However, just as Lu Ping walked to the edge of the range covered by the roots, the 6 Crystal Palace cultivators suddenly saw Lu Ping look up and smile at them. A Crystal Palace cultivator suddenly woke up and said, "Not good, he is going to escape." 6 magic treasures suddenly rose from the hands of the 6 cultivators. They combined in midair and turned into a silver crystal cover, covering Lu Ping. A restraining force was emitted from the crystal cover and went straight for Lu Ping's head. However, it was too late. Lu Ping suddenly plunged into the ground and disappeared from the ground. The silver crystal cover fell down, but it did not confine Lu Ping in it. The 6 Crystal Palace cultivators each stretched out their hands and pressed down. The whole ground suddenly shook, as if there was a strong earthquake. Countless cracks spread on the ground without any pattern, as if the ground had been squeezed into a pot of porridge by the 6 people just now. However, the 6 people's attack on the ground did not achieve much. Countless roots stretched out from the ground. Although the 6 people's attack was sharp, it was intercepted by countless roots and was constantly weakened. After a long time, there was still no movement on the ground. One of the Crystal Palace cultivators said suspiciously, "Has he already died?" He did not have much confidence in his own tone. Although our attack was weakened by the underground roots, even a Dharma phase cultivator would be shaken to the point of vomiting blood and breaking off the escape technique. With Lu Runjian's cultivation, it is impossible for him to be killed by us so easily. Then, there is only one possibility. This person has mastered an extremely brilliant earth escape technique. He actually relied on his speed to escape the joint attack of the 6 of us.
The cultivators from the Crystal Palace had no choice but to admit that this encirclement had most likely failed. After a while, the 6 people left in different directions. A few miles away from where they were, Lu Ping drilled out from the ground with a head full of grass and wood dust. He used a dust avoidance technique to remove all the dust on his body. There was only a layer of yellow light left on Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping patted the yellow light and the light immediately shrank back into the golden house on his chest. This was because after Dabeo advanced to the core forging stage, his earth escape technique had finally been strengthened again. He could attach his own magical power to another person's body through his inner yuan and give them the ability to earth escape technique. Every time Lu Ping was in danger, he would rely on Dabeo's earth escape technique to hide in the ground. Although he was able to escape danger every time, Dabeo's poor accumulation of Fa Li often caused Lu Ping to be stuck in the ground. Although he managed to escape with his life, he often exhausted his inner yuan and even vomited blood due to serious injuries. After advancing to the core forging stage, Dabeo finally perfected his half-baked earth escape technique. The earth escape technique was no longer limited to him and he no longer had to embarrass Lu Ping because of Dabeo's shallow accumulation of Fa Li. He also no longer had to pass out every time he used Earth escape technique because of the exhaustion of his Fa Li. Lu Ping observed his surroundings. After confirming that there were no other cultivators hiding nearby, Lu Ping sent his divine sense into the Golden House. Inside the Golden House, Luan Yu, Sam Ling and the others were discussing something around the spirit demon peach tree. De Bao was constantly walking around the spirit demon peach tree, looking at it from top to bottom. It seemed as if he had gained a new understanding of the spirit demon peach tree. Inside the Golden House, there was no wind all year round. However, now that everyone was whispering around the spirit demon peach tree with a curious expression, the entire crown of the spirit demon peach tree moved without any wind and made rustling sounds. It seemed as if the tree was shivering. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine sense descended into the Golden House. The spirit demon peach tree seemed as if it had suddenly met a loved one. The crown of the spirit demon peach tree shook violently. In the eyes of others, the reaction of the spirit demon peach tree was no different from the reaction of Luan Yu and the others when they surrounded the spirit demon peach tree. However, Lu Ping could feel a sense of joy, desire and attachment to Lu Ping from the aura of the spirit demon peach tree's divine sense. Lu Ping's divine sense condensed into a blue halo in midair. The halo emitted a gentle blue light that shone on the crown of the spirit demon peach tree.
It was as if a father was comforting his frightened daughter by caressing her head to give her a sense of security. Sure enough, under the comfort of Lu Ping's divine sense, the spirit demon peach tree finally calmed down. Lu Ping sensed that the spirit demon peach tree was emitting an aura that was exactly the same as the one that could completely nullify the attack of the roots that extended from underground. His heart was in turmoil. What was the relationship between this secret zone and the spirit demon peach tree? Why was the spirit demon peach tree able to control the violent underground roots in the secret zone? Could it be that the opportunity for the spirit demon peach tree had arrived? If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ping was sure that the surrounding roots would not attack him, Lu Ping would not have dared to use the earth escape technique to escape from the place where the roots extended out. That was simply courting death. However, it was precisely because of the aura of the spirit demon peach tree that Lu Ping not only quickly escaped from the area with the help of De Bao's earth escape technique, but after the Crystal Palace cultivators launched a joint attack, the underground roots spontaneously gathered behind Lu Ping, protecting Lu Ping. Otherwise, even if Lu Ping had De Bao's earth escape technique, he would not be able to escape unscathed under the siege of the Tao soldiers formed by the late-stage core forging realm cultivators from the Crystal Palace. Lu Ping naturally knew that these roots were not actually protecting him at all, but protecting the spirit demon peach tree in the Golden House. After the spirit demon peach tree was calmed down by Lu Ping, it once again captured a message from the simple fluctuations of the spirit demon peach tree's divine sense. It was going to find something. Lu Ping was surprised and naturally asked where to find it. The answer given by the spirit demon peach tree made Lu Ping even more awestruck. Just now, because of curiosity, the spirit demon peach tree opened the passage to the Golden House when Lu Ping extracted the 1,000 poison syrup from the Golden House. At the same time, it also used its own aura to look at the outside world through the space passage. However, it was noticed by a great existence. Now, the spirit demon peach tree actually said that it wanted to pay a visit. Lu Ping naturally did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly asked if the great existence that the spirit demon peach tree mentioned was the commander of those roots. This time, the spirit demon peach tree said yes and then no, making Lu Ping a little confused. Lu Ping's communication with the spirit demon peach tree did not intentionally avoid Luan Yu and the others. On the contrary, from time to time, he would share the information that he understood and even guessed from the simple expressions of the spirit demon peach tree. At this time, Luan Yu asked, "Little peach tree, where is the great existence that you mentioned? How is it great?" This time, the spirit demon peach tree was unable to answer. It could only express one thing: big, very big. It seemed that there was no place in this swamp that people could safely land on. Rather than saying that this was a swamp full of traps, it was better to say that this was simply a bottomless quagmire. Once someone fell into it, there was only the fate of being swallowed. Before Lu Ping arrived in front of the swamp in the distance, a layer of golden luster suddenly appeared in the middle of the blue spiritual grasses and entered into Lu Ping's body through his nose. Immediately, it turned into a gentle liquid and merged with Lu Ping's blood vessels. The moment the spiritual energy in Lu Ping's body encountered this liquid, it was like snow under the sun, turning into nothing by this liquid. Lu Ping was startled, and a layer of golden luster suddenly appeared in the middle of the blue spiritual energy, firmly resisting this invisible liquid. Then, the spiritual energy in his blood vessels was completely mobilized, and countless golden rays of light emitted from his blood vessels, almost dyeing Lu Ping's entire blood vessels gold. The myriad meteoric poisons condensed from the spiritual energy in his blood vessels was stimulated by Lu Ping, forcing this invisible liquid to a point and began to gradually swallow and dissolve it. However, this liquid was extremely tenacious. Although it was still being swallowed by the myriad meteoric poisons drop by drop, the process was extremely slow. After a long time, from the outside, Lu Ping's entire body seemed to be emitting a faint golden brilliance. After a moment, Lu Ping's palm turned over, and a jade crystal bottle appeared in Lu Ping's palm. Lu Ping placed his left index finger above the mouth of the bottle. Lu Ping's index finger was suddenly dyed blood red, and then a faint golden color appeared in the blood red. Then, a faint cyan color gradually appeared on the tip of his index finger. The range of the cyan color grew larger and larger, almost occupying a third of his fingertip. A drop of cyan liquid gradually condensed on the tip of Lu Ping's index finger. The water droplet became larger and larger, and gradually, it could no longer adhere to the index finger. Finally, it separated from the index finger and fell to the bottom of the bottle, issuing a crisp sound. Then, another drop of cyan liquid condensed and fell into the jade crystal bottle. This happened 3 times, and the cyan liquid finally stopped condensing. The invisible liquid that had previously been immersed in Lu Ping's spiritual energy was also completely forced out of his body by Lu Ping. Looking at the swamp in front of him, Lu Ping had a lingering fear in his heart. He quickly used the myriad poison meteorite gang to protect his body, and completely wrapped himself in the aura chi. Just as the myriad poison meteorite gang was propped up, the originally golden aura chi was suddenly dyed with a multicolored demonic color. Lu Ping was even more amazed in his heart. The myriad poison meteorite gang was a aura chi refined from the mother of all poisons, the myriad poison serum. Its golden color itself was a tool for testing poisons. After the invisible sweet poisonous gas had invaded Lu Ping's spiritual energy, it had condensed into a cyan liquid under the pressure of the myriad poison meteorite gang. At this time, the golden myriad poison meteorite gang had been dyed into a multicolored color. Obviously, the poisons contained in this swamp were not only fierce to the point that the myriad poison meteorite gang could not be dissolved in a short period of time, and could only be used as a temporary defense. Moreover, the swamp contained a wide variety of poisons. This made Lu Ping very surprised. There were many poisons in the cultivation world that could not coexist. Although the myriad poison serum could contain tens of thousands of poisons, the contained poisons had been transformed into a completely new kind of poison. It was not that the various poisons existed independently and did not interfere with each other. This swamp was unexpectedly able to contain all kinds of different poisons together without conflicting with each other. It seemed that this swamp also had its own special characteristics. However, at this time, the difficulty that Lu Ping was facing was how to pass through this swamp. If this swamp was not too large, Lu Ping could rely on that myriad poison meteorite gang to resist the poisons and his own strong chi to fly across. However, this swamp seemed to be endless. If Lu Ping exhausted his chi in the process of flying, he feared that he would not even have a place to land. Just as Lu Ping was feeling a little helpless, the aura of the spirit monster peach tree once again seeped out from the golden house. Lu Ping was originally afraid that the poisonous gas outside might cause harm to the spirit monster peach tree's divine sense aura. Unexpectedly, after the aura of the spirit monster peach tree was released, the poisonous gas that had dyed Lu Ping's protective aura into a multicolored color had a clear movement. Lu Ping was startled, and then he found that there was an invisible divine sense aura in the swamp. This aura was similar to the aura of the spirit monster peach tree, but it was not the same. Before Lu Ping could carefully feel the difference between the two auras seemed to have reached an agreement and instantly retracted. Before Lu Ping could ask the spirit monster peach tree in the golden house what happened, more bubbles suddenly appeared in the swamp. Because of the absorption of the poisonous gas, the 5 colors on the surface of the myriad poison meteorite gang began to fade, but now it became stronger again. It was even several times stronger than the previous good medicine. Lu Ping's face changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. Unexpectedly, the spirit monster peach tree's divine sense in the golden house clearly told Lu Ping that there would not be too much danger. At this time, there were no more bubbles in the swamp. Instead, there was a lot of mud, as if something was going to come out of the swamp. However, Lu Ping's expression was still solemn, because there was more and more mud coming out of the swamp. With Lu Ping as the starting point, it spread all the way to an extremely far place. If there was really something hidden in the swamp, then this thing must be huge. Hulyalu, there were still roots coming out of the swamp, and they were even thicker than the roots found at the Azurewood pure jade fruit. Each root was as thick as a person's waist. These roots came out of the swamp and connected with each other. A few roots were side by side, forming a 3 feet wide bridge. The bridge extended further and further above the swamp. In the distance, there were still many roots that gradually floated out of the swamp. Mud constantly flowed down from the newly risen roots, revealing the original appearance of the bright yellow roots. After the roots emerged from the swamp, no more poisonous gas leaked out. Lu Ping's meteoric poison energy shield was able to withstand the corrosive effects of the poisonous gas when the roots emerged from the swamp. After that, there was no further corrosive effects. Lu Ping's meteoric poison energy shield was able to withstand the corrosive effects. Under the urging of the spirit monster peach tree, Lu Ping finally stepped on the pontoon formed by these roots and walked towards the other end of the swamp where the edge could not be seen clearly. Although Lu Ping's protective aura was no longer flashing the strong colors of 5 colors like before, there was still poisonous gas around Lu Ping, so the golden aura was always stained with a layer of faint 5 colors. However, these poisons could no longer bring pressure to Lu Ping at this time. On the contrary, because of the thinning of the poisonous gas, the fusion and evolution process of the myriad poison meteorite gang was accelerated. While walking on the root pontoon bridge, Lu Ping suddenly thought of something. When he looked back, he found that the pontoon bridge behind him was already shrouded by a thick layer of fog. In the fog, Lu Ping couldn't see if the pontoon bridge was still there. In the surrounding swamp, except for the occasional 1 or 2 bubbles that struggled to break through the shackles of the mud and floated up, it seemed that there was only the sound of Lu Ping's feet stepping on the bridge in the whole world. Lu Ping did not know how long this silent journey had passed. It was as if Lu Ping suddenly passed through something. When he looked up, the other side of the swamp was already in sight. Chapter 560. Lu Ping had just arrived on the shore of the pontoon bridge. When he turned around to look, the pontoon bridge formed by the roots behind him had unknowingly sunk into the swamp, and the entire swamp had also unknowingly been covered by a thick fog. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with blue light, but he was no longer able to clearly see the situation in the swamp. On the shore was a cluster of thorns as tall as a person. Lu Ping turned around and was unable to see the situation behind the cluster of thorns. Lu Ping carefully looked at these thorns and found that these thorns and rattans were good spiritual materials for refining high-grade and top-grade magic tools. Some of the spiritual materials were of excellent quality and could even be used to refine magic tools. Lu Ping resisted the desire to chop down all these thorns and pass through the gap of the cluster of thorns. A rich spiritual energy along with a burst of fragrance directly entered his nose. Lu Ping was startled and quickly stopped his breathing. At the same time, the golden yellow myriad meteorite vitality shield immediately came out from his body. However, Lu Ping found that this fragrance was not poison, but the genuine fragrance of flowers. Moreover, this rich spiritual energy was slightly inferior to when Lu Ping first entered the secret plane, but it was extremely peaceful, without the slightest bit of manic violence. However, as a result, after a cultivator entered, they would not be able to immediately trigger the opportunity for their own cultivation to advance. When Lu Ping looked up, both of his eyes seemed to be fixed, unable to move an inch. A sea of flowers. A boundless sea of flowers. This was a true sea of flowers. Tall flowering trees, low flowering shrubs, petals on the ground, the entire world was only left with this colorful natural beauty. It seemed that other than this, there was nothing else that could attract people's attention. However, if all of this was only beautiful, it would at most make Lu Ping sigh. What really shocked Lu Ping was that in the depths of the sea of flowers, there was a towering tree that reached into the clouds, so tall that Lu Ping could not see its peak. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ping was standing far enough, he would not have thought that this was a giant tree. Because it was impossible to perceive the full appearance of the giant tree from up close, he would only think that in front of him was a magnificent wooden wall. While Lu Ping was in a daze, an impatient aura came out from the spatial passage that Lu Ping had deliberately left behind in the Golden House. When this aura appeared, the sea of flowers in front of Lu Ping suddenly moved even though there was no wind. Countless fresh flowers began to sway and dance, and colorful petals floated down from the sky as if they were cheering for the arrival of the spirit peach tree. Lu Ping walked straight towards the sea of flowers. A small path that no one had ever walked on led straight ahead. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that it was in the direction of the towering tree. The moment the aura of the spirit peach tree appeared, Lu Ping clearly felt the special aura that had come into contact with the spirit peach tree flash by. And Lu Ping also felt that although the aura did not appear again, it seemed to be everywhere. At this moment, Lu Ping's every move could not escape the detection of the owner of the aura. Lu Ping looked up at the towering tree. The giant tree was as tall as the clouds, still as a mountain, but Lu Ping's intuition told him that the source of the omnipresent special aura came from this towering tree. Could it be that this towering tree was a spirit demon tree? If this towering tree was truly a spirit demon tree, then just what level of cultivation did this spirit demon tree have to reach in order to have such a huge body? But then Lu Ping thought that the spirit demon tree's main body was here, and it had used various methods to lead Lu Ping and the others here. Obviously, it was because this spirit medicine had not succeeded in transforming. Otherwise, it would not have used such a method to lead Lu Ping here. It should have gone there personally. If the spirit demon tree could not advance to the core forging realm, it naturally could not separate from its main body and successfully transform. This spirit demon tree obviously had not succeeded in transforming, but its main body was so huge. Could it be that the spirit demon tree's inability to transform didn't affect its cultivation? If this spirit demon tree was like the spirit demon peach tree and was only at the late blood condensation realm, then Lu Ping would not believe it. Just as Lu Ping were imagining things, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the space channel that Lu Ping had opened for the spirit demon peach tree. Lu Ping's eyebrows twitched, and his divine sense temporarily closed the space channel. At the same time, his divine sense asked the spirit demon peach tree something. After that, Lu Ping reopened the space tunnel, but only left a small gap. The spirit monster peach tree's divine sense spread out from the space tunnel and made contact with the mysterious divine sense from before. Lu Ping could clearly sense from the communication between the two divine senses that the mysterious divine sense exuded after receiving Lu Ping's request from the spirit monster peach tree. The divine sense immediately exuded a sense of joy and burst out violently. As expected, after the divine sense was separated from the spirit demon peach tree, the spirit demon peach tree finally gave Lu Ping a satisfactory answer. Lu Ping looked at the endless sea of flowers, and his heart was filled with joy. Although not every flower in this sea of flowers was a spiritual herb, almost every one of them was at least 500 years old. Moreover, after Lu Ping roughly checked the sea of flowers in front of him, he discovered that more than half of the flowers were spiritual herbs. This time, Lu Ping completely opened the space channel of the House of Gold. A golden door suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping, and with a loud buzzing sound, 12 silver peaks flew out from the door. They paused in the sky for a moment, and then swam in the sea of flowers for a moment. Then, they turned around and flew back through the door. Lu Ping's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he already knew that this would happen. Not long after, the 12 half-foot-tall silver mountains returned to the Golden House, an even louder buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within the Golden House. The 12 core forging late-stage silver mountains that had come out to scout the way earlier were still the first to come out. However, this was only the beginning. Right after the 12 late blood condensation realm giant mountain peaks appeared, another 24 sixth-level blood condensation realm giant mountain peaks. Their bodies were also slightly more injured than the previous 12 giant mountain peaks. Behind them were 36 fifth-layer blood condensation realm cultivators and 48 fourth-layer blood condensation realm cultivators. Their bodies had already shrunk to the size of 4 to 5 inches. After the 125th level blood condensation realm silver peaks appeared, they didn't scatter. Instead, they flew towards the endless sea of flowers. Instead, they lined up neatly in the sky, as if they were going to be inspected by a king. After the 126th level blood condensation realm silver peaks appeared, the deafening buzzing sound that came from the House of Gold suddenly disappeared. Only a crisp buzzing sound that sounded like the flapping of cicada wings could be heard coming from the golden door of the House of Gold. From the reflection of the Golden House, a huge queen bee with a slender waist, plump buttocks, and a foot long appeared in front of the phalanx formed by the 120 giant bees. After the queen bee appeared, the 120 giant bees lined up neatly and surrounded the queen bee. They slowly flew towards the sea of flowers, as if a king was patrolling his territory, or checking the quality of the amethyst honey that might be collected in the sea of flowers. Lu Ping had seen two extremely magnificent areas full of flowers. One was the secret ground sea of flowers in the seven-star sky, where he had obtained the purple crystal wasp, which was basically extinct in the cultivation world. The other was the land of 100 flowers in the fallen mystery land, where he had obtained the Flower King level 9 white jade lotus, which allowed the purple crystal wasp to grow at a critical moment. However, these two areas paled in comparison to the sea of flowers in front of him. Lu Ping stood on the spot, keeping the spatial passage of the House of Gold open. The purple crystal wasp was a colony that he had personally nurtured, so he naturally had a thorough understanding of their habits. He knew that when the purple crystal wasp was collecting ordinary honey, the queen bee would not come out of the hive. Only under extremely special circumstances would the queen bee come out to inspect the area of the sea of flowers and evaluate the quality of the nectar. He had only encountered this situation twice. The first time was in the land of 100 flowers in the fallen mystery land, and the second time was in the land of heritage in Jinling that specialized in growing spiritual herbs. The ordinary spiritual herb gardens in Jinling were naturally open to Lu Ping's purple crystal wasps. In Jinling, Lu Ping's purple crystal wasps were the favorite of all the cultivators who sold spiritual herbs in Jinling. This was because the harvesting of the purple crystal wasps was often very beneficial to the growth of spiritual herbs. Moreover, Lu Ping was very generous. Usually, after he released the purple crystal wasps in a cultivator's spiritual herb garden, he would return 1/3 of the harvest to the owner of the spiritual herb garden. Of course, the purple crystal royal jelly was out of the question. It was too rare. Even if Lu Ping harvested all the spiritual herb gardens in Jinling, he might not be able to accumulate much purple crystal royal jelly. However, the purple crystal honey was different. Although the purple crystal royal jelly could not be mentioned in the same breath as the purple crystal royal jelly, for ordinary core forging cultivators, the purple crystal royal jelly was enough of a gift. More than a dozen core forging pill recipes passed down in Jinling could not be refined due to the purple crystal royal jelly's requirements. Now that the purple crystal royal jelly was in hand, these pills were naturally not a problem. For the cultivators of Jinling who had always been lacking pills, this undoubtedly broadened their cultivation channel. It should be known that in the North Sea, countless cultivators from different sects were envious of the purple crystal wasps in Jinling's hands. Unfortunately, the entire Jinling guarded this swarm of purple crystal wasps very strictly. For a long time, the sects of the North Sea and most of the cultivators in Jinling believed that this swarm of purple crystal wasps was actually cultivated by Fornax Laozu. Chapter 561. In order to help the amethyst queen bee successfully break through the bottleneck between the mid-stage and late-stage blood condensation realm, Lu Ping had used Fornax Laozu to enter Jinling's land of inheritance twice. Of course, the price of entering the land of inheritance was also cruel. Fornax Laozu had taken half of Lu Ping's harvest from the land of inheritance twice. One had to know that this half was not the same as the other cultivators who managed the spiritual herb gardens. Fornax Laozu was a man of character. He directly said, half of the amethyst honey and half of the royal jelly. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Lu Ping was naturally indignant and felt that he had suffered a loss. However, Fornax Laozu had already grasped his sore spot. Although Fornax Laozu had never personally cultivated the amethyst queen bee, his hundreds of years of experience and his identity as an alchemy grandmaster meant that his understanding of the amethyst queen bee was no less than Lu Ping's. However, when he thought about how Fornax Laozu had been carrying the blame of being the amethyst queen bee breeder for him, it saved Lu Ping a lot of trouble. Fornax Laozu used the amethyst queen bee's royal jelly to refine some of the top-grade elixirs that were crucial to Liang Xianfeng, Chu Xuancheng, and Guo Xianshan, who were in the process of breaking through to the Dharma manifestation stage. These elixirs played an indispensable role in Jinling's growth. Therefore, Lu Ping could reluctantly bear the pain. In the distance, the amethyst queen bee's patrol formation finally ended its inspection of the Sea of Flowers. Under the escort of 120 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bee, it once again entered the Golden House through the Golden Door. However, the 120 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bee remained outside. Just as the amethyst queen bee returned to the Golden House, the previously disappearing buzzing sound became even louder this time. The golden door of the Golden House flashed with ripples. Under Lu Ping's meticulous cultivation, the amethyst queen bee had grown to nearly 8,000 amethyst queen bees. Under the lead of 240 early-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees, they gathered behind the 120 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees that were already waiting in the sky. Then, each late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bee led 2 early-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees and about 70 late-stage blood condensation amethyst queen bees. They were divided into 120 small teams and charged towards the Sea of Flowers. After settling the matter of the amethyst queen bees, under the urging of the spirit monster Peach Tree, Lu Ping had no choice but to head towards the direction of the giant tree. Fortunately, the amethyst queen bee could sense the presence of the queen bee. As long as Lu Ping didn't purposely close the spatial passage to the Golden House, the entire amethyst queen bee swarm wouldn't fall into chaos. They could find Lu Ping at any time. The spirit herbs and blooming flowers in the Sea of Flowers swayed as Lu Ping walked through the path they opened. It was as if they were welcoming Lu Ping's arrival. Lu Ping strolled among the flowers. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to carefully identify the spirit herbs and flowers. He compared them with the many spirit herbs in his memory. The deeper Lu Ping walked into the Sea of Flowers, the closer he got to the giant tree. The more luxuriant the spirit herbs, flowers, and trees became. The medicinal properties of the spirit herbs were also the densest. The amount of spiritual qi that the spirit herbs were absorbing was also more obvious. Lu Ping walked deeper into the Sea of Flowers. Before he discovered anything, Luan Yu was already shouting excitedly in the Golden House, "Growing soil! This is the scent of growing soil! The soil under the feet of these spirit herbs is definitely mixed with growing soil. Even though it's only a thin layer, how big is this Sea of Flowers? How much growing soil will there be in total? Compared to the growing soil mixed with the soil here, the piece of growing soil we obtained earlier and the large piece of growing soil we saw at the Phantom Spirit Auction are just dregs." Lu Ping was shaken. He wished he could scrape off a layer of soil from the ground and spread it in the golden house to improve the quality of the soil there. However, Luan Yu's exclamation seemed to have just started. When Lu Ping continued to walk deeper into the sea of flowers, Lu Ping's nose once again smelled an unusual fragrance. This fragrance was something Lu Ping had seen in Zhenling's collection of ancient books. Thousand Fragrances Dew. This is the scent of Thousand Fragrances Dew. This quality of Thousand Fragrances Dew is definitely not inferior to a low-grade heaven-tier spirit item. Luan Yu was shouting excitedly in the golden house. It seemed as if she was eager to rush out of the golden house. However, she was firmly locked in the golden house by Lu Ping and ignored. Thousand Fragrances Dew was also a kind of heaven and earth strange item that could promote the growth of spirit grasses, spirit flowers, and spirit trees, and shorten their maturation period. Its effect was not inferior to the growing soil. Thousand Fragrances Dew was a kind of strange item that could only be bred after collecting at least 1,000 kinds of spirit flowers in a place rich in spirit energy for hundreds of years or even longer. This kind of strange item's quality could be high or low, but in the end, it still depended on the quality of the spirit flower that condensed the dew. In the sea of flowers here, even the ordinary flowers would have accumulated spirit energy for hundreds of years or even longer, not to mention the spirit flowers and spirit grasses. There were many that were over 1,000 years old, so how could the quality of the Thousand Fragrances Dew be inferior to a low-grade heaven-tier spirit item? In fact, when the amethyst bees cultivated by Lu Ping collected the nectar from the spirit flowers and spirit grasses, they would also promote the growth of the spirit flowers and spirit grasses. From this point, the amethyst bee's effect on the spirit grass garden was not inferior to the Thousand Fragrances Dew and the growing soil. However, during the process of promoting the growth of the spirit flowers and spirit grasses, the amethyst bee royal jelly could also be brewed into amethyst honey. Moreover, there was also the amethyst bee royal jelly that countless alchemists would go crazy over. As long as the amethyst bees didn't go extinct, the amethyst bee royal jelly would continue to be brewed. From this point, the value of the amethyst bees was much higher than an ordinary heaven-tier spirit item. Moreover, the swarm of amethyst bees in Lu Ping's hands had grown to nearly 8,000. Under the leadership of the amethyst bee king, who was at the peak of the blood condensation realm, the unique amethyst bee Dao soldier formation could even fight against a few early and mid-stage core forging realm cultivators. The amethyst bees had already entered and left the golden house several times under the lead of a silver peak at the peak of the blood condensation realm. In order to make it easier for the amethyst bees to enter and leave, Lu Ping simply shrunk the golden house to a foot high and held it in his hand. The amethyst bees bustled in and out of the golden house without rest, as if the honey in the sea of flowers had been stored for too long. Lu Ping walked through the sea of flowers for about half a day. Although he didn't use any escape techniques, it was enough for him to walk for tens of miles. The giant tree in the distance seemed to be much closer now. At this moment, Lu Ping could no longer see the giant tree clearly. He could only look up at the giant tree's branches that extended for tens of feet, sometimes even hundreds of feet. "You're finally here." A deep voice sounded as if it came from ancient times. It sounded as if it had experienced the vicissitudes of time, but it was still filled with vitality and vigor. Lu Ping looked up in surprise. He didn't know when, but a middle-aged cultivator with a simple and crude appearance was standing only a few dozen feet away from Lu Ping. The middle-aged cultivator had his hands behind his back and was smiling at Lu Ping. This person was actually able to walk to a distance of a few dozen feet from Lu Ping without being discovered. With Lu Ping's spiritual sense at the peak of the core forging realm, it was obvious that this person in front of him was at least a transcendence realm cultivator to be able to do this. Lu Ping didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Lu Ping greets Senior. May I know if Senior has been communicating with the spirit peach tree and asked it to meet me here?" The middle-aged cultivator nodded with a smile and said, "That is correct. Little friend, you are a kind-hearted person. Inside your spatial magic artifact, the little Piqiao is being taken care of very well. It would appear that the little Piqiao trusts you greatly. To be able to treat a spirit Yao in such a manner, there is probably no one else in the world of cultivation. As the middle-aged cultivator spoke, he extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He led Lu Ping to the bottom of the giant tree. Lu Ping followed closely behind the middle-aged cultivator. He curiously asked, "Senior seems to be very familiar with the little peach tree. To be able to make the little peach tree so certain in such a short period of time, how did Senior do it?" After seeing the middle-aged cultivator, Lu Ping's guess about the person the little peach tree had previously begged Lu Ping to bring it to meet suddenly fell through. The moment Lu Ping saw the middle-aged cultivator, he became vigilant. Afterwards, he discovered that with the middle-aged cultivator's strength, if the middle-aged cultivator really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble, so he relaxed. When the middle-aged cultivator heard Lu Ping's words, he couldn't help but smile. Although the old man has never entered the cultivation world, every time the sky wall of poison opens, the old man can still obtain some information from the cultivators who enter. He knows that in the cultivation world, plants, trees, bamboo, and stones that can cultivate into spirit monsters are few and far between. In the eyes of cultivators, spirit monsters are all treasures, so they often suffer misfortune before they can reach core formation. Lu Ping walked behind the middle-aged cultivator and carefully listened to the middle-aged cultivator's words. Although Lu Ping already knew these things, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. However, when the middle-aged cultivator turned around and walked, Lu Ping felt that there were many strange things about the middle-aged cultivator's body, but it was extremely difficult to say. It seemed that the middle-aged cultivator's movements were not like ordinary people's. The middle-aged cultivator seemed to be aware of Lu Ping's gaze and turned his head to look at Lu Ping with a smile. He continued with a smile. Because of the lack of necessary cultivation methods, even if spirit monsters can cultivate into a complete form and blend into the cultivation world without being noticed by others, they are mostly at the bottom of cultivators of the same level. Thus, when the old man suddenly discovered that there was a human cultivator with a spirit monster peach tree in hand, not only did he not take his life, but he even protected him, he naturally became curious and happy. The middle-aged cultivator turned to look at the huge tree and interrupted, "We're almost there. This body is too big, it's also a burden." Lu Ping was terrified. Chapter 562. When Lu Ping heard the middle-aged cultivator's words, he quickly concealed the shock on his face. However, the middle-aged cultivator continued, "Of course, I'm happy because I found a junior of my kind. I've been living in seclusion here for a long time, but I've never seen anyone of my kind. Now that I've found a little peach monster, I'm naturally happy. But I'm curious because of you, little friend. I also want to know why little friend didn't rob the little peach tree of all its treasures like the other cultivators." Lu Ping composed himself and said, "Senior, you've been in the Fallen Archipelago all this time, but you've never entered the cultivation world?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled and said, "I'm afraid you've already guessed it. It's not that the old man is living in seclusion here and doesn't want to enter the cultivation world, but that the old man is actually trapped here and can't enter or leave the area sealed by the Meridian Nourishing Spirit Formation." Lu Ping thought for a while and asked, "Meridian Nourishing Spirit Formation? I think it's the invisible barrier that imprisons this secret place. I'm ignorant and have never heard of this formation. However, from what you said just now, it seems that although you don't leave this secret place, you seem to know a lot about the situation in the Fallen Archipelago. Why is that?" The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the huge tree in front of him and said, "The Fallen Archipelago you mentioned should be the islands in the sea area covered by the sky wall of myriad poison, right? However, the old man's real body is here, so how can anything that happens in the sky wall of myriad poison be hidden from the old man?" Although Lu Ping had already guessed it, such a majestic tree couldn't have grown without tens of thousands of years of growth and accumulation. And for a tree that had grown for tens of thousands of years and was nurtured by such a large spirit vein, how could it not have gained sentience and become a sentient spirit monster tree? However, when the middle-aged man admitted that he was the incarnation of the towering tree, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ping recalled the countless roots that suddenly rose from the ground of the small island. Could it be that these roots were the roots of the giant tree that pierced through the ground? But then again, it made sense. Even Lu Ping couldn't see the top of the giant tree, not to mention it was a spirit monster tree. If it didn't have a huge root system to support it, it wouldn't be able to grow into such a towering tree. Besides, the roots Lu Ping saw were probably just the scattered branches of the giant tree's roots. It was likely that the giant spirit veins in this secret land were also gathered at the foot of this giant spirit tree. Lu Ping felt the increasingly rich and mellow spiritual qi around him. When he looked up, he saw that it was only a few dozen zhang high. A thick horizontal branch stretched out. Just this horizontal branch alone was enough to block Lu Ping's vision. Lu Ping lowered his head and found that the middle-aged cultivator had stopped and was looking at him with a smile. Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior's real body is magnificent, but this junior can only look up to it." The vein-nourishing spirit-nourishing array that Senior mentioned before, is it referring to the invisible barrier that separates this secret land from the gray poisonous mist outside? The middle-aged cultivator stamped his foot hard, and a few yellow roots stretched out from the ground, turning into 2 tree stumps and a wooden table. The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the opposite tree stumps and said to Lu Ping, "Please sit." With that, he sat down first. Lu Ping did not stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he saw the middle-aged cultivator knock on the wooden table formed by the tree roots. 2 slender tree vines of unknown length stretched out from an unknown place and wrapped around 2 open wooden cups. After placing the wooden cups in front of Lu Ping and the middle-aged cultivator, the 2 slender tree vines suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged cultivator raised the wooden cup in front of him and gestured to Lu Ping. Lu Ping quickly raised the wooden cup in front of him and returned the gesture. Only then did he see the liquid in the wooden cup. The amber-colored liquid looked bright in the dark green wooden cup. When Lu Ping probed it with his divine sense, he found that the liquid contained a large amount of life force. Not only that, but there was also a faint fragrance that lingered in the air. The wooden cup felt a little heavy in his hand, but Lu Ping couldn't tell what it was made of. However, he could feel that it was made from a natural piece of wood. There were no smithing techniques used to make it, and this piece of wood was obviously a second-grade mutated spirit material that could be used to forge mystic treasures. At this time, the middle-aged cultivator put the wooden cup in his hand to his mouth and took a sip. Lu Ping paused for a moment and also drank a third of the liquid in the wooden cup. Lu Ping was about to ask the middle-aged cultivator about the origin of the liquid in the wooden cup when he suddenly felt his stomach heat up. Lu Ping was startled. When he looked up at the middle-aged cultivator, he saw that the middle-aged cultivator was looking at him with a smile, as if he had already expected this to happen. At this time, Lu Ping didn't have time to think too much. The true essence in his blood quickly revolved in preparation to resist the erosion of the liquid that had turned into a ball of raging fire. However, the raging fire suddenly seemed to burn out, leaving behind a ball of dense vitality that quickly merged with Lu Ping's true essence. Lu Ping could feel that after the mass of vitality fused with his true essence, his cultivation base, which he hadn't had the time to consolidate after breaking through to the 6th layer, suddenly felt like a dam that was about to overflow. His true essence that had been circulating in his veins like raging waves crashing against the shore was once again tightly restrained in his veins. In the short term, Lu Ping didn't have to worry about his cultivation base falling back to the 5th layer due to the lack of consolidation in his cultivation base due to the intense battle. However, what really shocked Lu Ping wasn't the initial consolidation of his cultivation base, but the life force that burst out from the liquid during the consolidation process. It was fused with Lu Ping's bloodline. Lu Ping could feel that because of the existence of that vitality, Lu Ping's lifespan had been extended by a full 3 years. There was still 2/3 of the liquid left in the cup. In his opinion, if Lu Ping drank it again, this cup of rare liquid would be enough to extend his lifespan by 7 years. Lu Ping sensed the changes in his bloodline and looked at the remaining liquid in the wooden cup. He asked with uncertainty, "It's really a precious treasure, but I drank it all in one go, wasting a heavenly treasure like this." May I ask, Senior, what material was used to make such a wondrous treasure? I don't know if Senior is willing to part with this treasure and teach Junior the method to make this liquid. Junior is willing to exchange it with Senior with something of equal value. The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping with amusement and asked, "The old man was just thinking about answering your first question, but your second one came right after." Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly, but the middle-aged cultivator didn't seem to mind. He raised the cup and took another sip. He didn't feel that the liquid in the cup was precious at all. Then, he said unhurriedly, "This spiritual tree is the old man's main body." The vein-breeding spirit-nurturing formation separated the poisonous mist and formed this place like a paradise. As for the thing in this cup, it's just something that I've obtained by chance in these tens of thousands of years of boredom. It has a name that I call 100-Flower Dew. If little friend takes a fancy to it, feel free to take it. There's no need to exchange it for anything. The middle-aged cultivator handed a wooden slip to Lu Ping. This was a recording tool similar to the jade slips used in the cultivation world. However, what made Lu Ping speechless was that the material used to make the wooden slip was a genuine grade 2 mutated spirit material. Lu Ping turned his head slightly to look at the thick trunk of the giant spirit tree. He was trying to get used to the middle-aged cultivator's habit of casually giving away mutated spirit materials. After obtaining the 100-Flower Dew, the first thing that Lu Ping thought of was to use it to replace the Dew of Vitality that he used to refine spirit pills. The Dew of Vitality contained vitality that could only increase a cultivator's lifespan by about 3 years. However, the 100-Flower Dew was not only similar to the Dew of Vitality in other aspects, but it also contained a larger amount of vitality. It was enough to extend a cultivator's lifespan by 7 years. Not to mention, the 100-Flower Dew could also consolidate one's cultivation and solidify one's foundation. Another swarm of purple crystal bees flew over from the distance. It was clear that they had also returned from a fruitful journey. The buzzing sound was a bit of a hindrance to the conversation between Lu Ping and the middle-aged cultivator. Lu Ping thought for a bit and threw the foot-tall house of gold in his hand. The house of gold landed on the edge of the sea of flowers a few hundred feet away and expanded into a 3-meter-tall house of gold. This time, there was no need to open the spatial passage to the house of gold. Lu Ping only needed to open the front door of the house of gold. The swarm of bees could freely enter and collect the high-quality nectar from the sea of flowers into the hive guarded by the purple crystal queen bee. After finishing the cup of 100-Flower Dew, Lu Ping couldn't help but ask the question in his mind, since Senior's true form is such a majestic sentient tree, why is your true form still here after you transformed? And why is Senior trapped here? Is it because Senior's original body is here, preventing Senior from entering the vein-nourishing spirit formation? The middle-aged cultivator drank the cup of 100-Flower Dew in one gulp. His eyes, which had not been very lively, suddenly lit up. He looked at Lu Ping and asked, "Do you know of the external avatar technique?" Lu Ping was taken aback. He exclaimed in shock, "Avatar technique? Wasn't it said to have been lost since ancient times?" Then, Lu Ping suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right. Senior is of the spirit demon clan and is born with a long lifespan. With Senior's cultivation, you must have lived for at least 10,000 years. It is reasonable that you know of some ancient secret techniques and abilities." Unexpectedly, the middle-aged cultivator shook his head and said with pity, "Although the old man knows the external avatar technique, he doesn't know the art of artifact forging. The spiritual materials used to make this body are of extremely high quality, but the result is too poor. Even with the old man's cultivation, he can't make the body move smoothly and freely." Lu Ping suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that the middle-aged cultivator was strange. So this was the problem. Chapter 563. When he thought of the avatar technique, Lu Ping couldn't help but think of the 9 segments white jade lotus root he obtained from the land of 100 flowers. It was also a top-grade spirit material that could be used to refine an avatar, and its quality wasn't inferior to a grade 3 top-grade spirit material. However, Lu Ping was more interested in the 9 segments white jade lotus root's ability to strengthen his body. Besides, Lu Ping's alchemy skills were about to break through to the Grandmaster level, so he didn't plan to use the 9 segments white jade lotus root to refine an avatar. Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Little friend, are you interested in this external avatar technique?" Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. In the cultivation world, it was taboo for cultivators to be greedy. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior, you've misunderstood me. I was just thinking about something else. I've already obtained Senior's permission to use the flowers here to make the purple crystal honey, and I've also obtained Senior's 100 flower dews refining method. These are already great benefits for me, how can I be greedy?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled and said, "These are not important things. If little friend wants them, this old man will teach little friend this secret technique." Lu Ping quickly declined. The more generous the middle-aged cultivator was, the more willing Lu Ping was, but his reason made Lu Ping even more vigilant. If Lu Ping accepted all the benefits from the other party, if the other party had a request in the future, it would be fine if the request wasn't difficult, but if the other party was so attentive, the request would most likely be extremely difficult for Lu Ping. At that time, if Lu Ping couldn't do it, wouldn't he be at the other party's mercy? The middle-aged cultivator seemed to understand Lu Ping's concerns and continued, "Although this sea of flowers is under my protection, I only hope that one of them can awaken its spiritual consciousness and become a spirit demon. However, after tens of thousands of years, there are a few types of spirit plants that have grown to their limit, but in the end, they couldn't break through and had no choice but to perish. As for the other spirit plants, most of them wither after 3,000 years, and those that reach 5,000 years are extremely rare." The middle-aged show paused for a moment before continuing, "As for the spirit grasses and spirit trees that are able to break through the 5,000-year limit, this old man has carefully cultivated them. Unfortunately, none of them were able to transform into a spirit demon like this old man did. In the end, their vitality dissipated. My avatar used a withered 9,000-year-old apricot tree." Hearing this, the corner of Lu Ping's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He heard the middle-aged cultivator continue, "Therefore, the sea of flowers and the 100 flower dew may be extremely precious things in your eyes, but in the eyes of the old man, they are just ordinary scenery and spiritual tea used to entertain guests. Moreover, the nectar collected by your amethyst bees is of great help to the growth of the sea of flowers. In this way, you can be considered to have helped the old man a little. Therefore, little friend, there is no need to thank the old man, and the old man does not need you to repay him." In the end, Lu Ping didn't accept the middle-aged cultivator's external avatar technique for free. Instead, he repeatedly said that he wouldn't accept a reward without doing anything. The middle-aged cultivator didn't say anything, and Lu Ping couldn't sense anything strange from the face of the sentient tree's external avatar. Although the external avatar was refined crudely, at least it made it impossible for Lu Ping to guess the thoughts of the sentient tree through the changes in its expression. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and then he asked with a serious expression, "Although I know that it might be inappropriate to ask such a question, I am truly surprised in my heart. I don't know how old Senior is, but I have never seen a towering tree like Senior in the cultivation world. There are countless people with extraordinary abilities in the cultivation world. Could it be that no one has been able to discover Senior's true body in the past 10,000 years?" When the middle-aged cultivator heard Lu Ping's question, he seemed to have expected it, and he said with a smile, "It's already beyond the expectations of the old man that you were able to wait until now to speak of the questions in your heart." After saying that, the middle-aged cultivator pondered for a moment, and he seemed to be organizing his words. Only then did he raise his head to look at Lu Ping, and he asked a question that stunned Lu Ping. "Lu Xiaoyu, have you heard of Long Huai?" "Long Huai, Long Huai. Why does the word dragon exist in this world?" Even though Lu Ping called the divine ability that made his master famous, Lu Tianling, waterspout, that was only an analogy that Lu Ping used in private, and Lu Tianling Laozu's innate divine ability wasn't actually called by this name. Since Lu Ping entered the cultivation world, He'd once paid attention to whether there were any legends of dragons in this world, but he'd never heard any information related to dragons. Thus, Lu Ping had always suppressed this secret at the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Lu Ping frowned when he heard the words Long Huai from the middle-aged cultivator, and the blood in his veins instantly sped up. Let's go and dig up all these treasures first. However, let's make this clear. You must give me, Debeo, a third of the treasures we find. Lu Ping's face was full of black lines. He looked awkwardly at the shocked Longhuai ancestor and said, Senior, please don't laugh at me. One of them is a good friend of mine from the demon race. He is an expert in cultivating spiritual herbs. The other one is a spiritual pet that I raised since it was young. It has always been arrogant and willful. Please don't blame them for being reckless. Chapter 564. When the two of them heard Lu Ping's words, they noticed that there was a middle-aged cultivator standing beside Lu Ping whom they could not see through. Seeing how respectfully Lu Ping was speaking to the middle-aged cultivator, how could the two of them not be able to guess their cultivation? They hurriedly put away their roguish expressions and respectfully saluted the middle-aged cultivator. The Longhuai ancestor looked at the two with a curious gaze and said, Cultivators of the Woodluan clan? It's a pity that your cultivation is much weaker, otherwise you would be able to help the old man a little. When Luan Yu heard the Longhuai ancestor call out his identity, his body trembled. When he heard the Longhuai ancestor say that he could use it to help, he simply looked at the Longhuai ancestor with eyes filled with the will to die. The Longhuai ancestor looked at the Woodluan bird that was glaring at him covetously and could not help but look at Lu Ping in confusion. Lu Ping knew that Luan Yu must have misunderstood. He thought that the Longhuai ancestor wanted to kill him and use the Woodluan clan's golden core to hasten the growth of the spirit herb. In truth, this was the first thought that most cultivators in the world of cultivation would have when they saw the Woodluan clan. Lu Ping knew that while the Longhuai ancestor had a certain understanding of the world of cultivation, he had been trapped in the hidden realm for 20,000 years after all. He might not know much about the fate of the Woodluan clan in the world of cultivation. Naturally, Lu Ping would not tell the Longhuai ancestor the real reason. If the Longhuai ancestor knew that the Woodluan clan's golden core had such an effect, there was no guarantee that the Woodluan clan wouldn't want to kill him and steal his golden core. Instead, he said, Brother Luan Yu has a blood feud and has been hiding his identity while being hunted. Now that Lao Zu has easily called out his identity, it is inevitable that he is a little nervous. Please don't blame Lao Zu. The Longhuai ancestor nodded nonchalantly. Luan Yu also knew that he had been overly nervous and quickly apologized to the Longhuai ancestor. However, the Longhuai ancestor looked at Debeo with great interest and said, Rat Yao? Looking at your aptitude, it is normal. Since you are able to cultivate to the metamorphosis realm, you must be quite extraordinary. Earlier, you said that there are many treasures here. What do you know? If you can guess one of them, the old man will give you a reward. Hearing this, Debeo's bean-sized eyes flashed. He glanced at the direction where Lu Ping was and chuckled bashfully, Senior, are you serious? The Longhuai ancestor's face darkened and said unhappily, Do you think the old man would lie to a little rat demon like you? Just as Debeo's bean-sized black eyes were rolling around, trying to figure out if the words of the old man were true, the house of gold behind him finally emitted a sweet fragrance. A linglong beauty that was only 1 foot tall flew out from the house of gold. A buzzing sound came from the sky. The 120 bees that had been gathering nectar in the sea of flowers all flew towards the bee beauty. They surrounded her and danced in the air, as if they were worshipping their king. The bee beauty suddenly raised her hands towards the sky, and 2 puffs of white dust, accompanied by a fragrant aroma, sprayed towards the surrounding bees. After the 8,000 purple crystal bees were stained with the grayish-white dust, the entire swarm suddenly became restless. Waves of spirit energy spread out. After the entire swarm emitted spirit energy, the 8,000 spirit energy waves of various sizes gathered together, causing the spirit energy above the entire sea of flowers to fluctuate. It had to be known that this place was suppressed by the psychic dragon locust tree. Previously, when the amethyst bee king broke through to the core forging stage, it didn't even have time to cause a heavenly phenomenon before the turbulent spiritual chi was suppressed. Although none of the 8,000 amethyst bees had reached the core forging stage, when they worked together, the power that erupted out caused the entire sea of flowers to tremble. Even the dragon locust tree couldn't suppress it for a while. Under the perception of Lu Ping and the others, the 2 puffs of grayish-white dust that the amethyst bee king had sprinkled seemed to be a treasure that could promote the entire swarm to advance. This kind of treasure would only appear when the amethyst bee king broke through to the core forging stage. Under the command of the amethyst bee king, who had transformed into the beauty Ling Long, the entire swarm of bees gathered spiritual energy. With the support of the rich spiritual chi above the sea of flowers, nearly 1/3 of the swarm of bees broke through to the next level. Among the 12 late blood condensation realm silver amethyst bees, 1 advanced to the 9th layer, 3 advanced to the 8th layer, and the rest reached the peak of their respective realms. There were also 5 6th layer light silver amethyst bees that advanced to the 7th layer. The original 360 blood condensation amethyst bees in the swarm suddenly increased to 430. The rest of the blood refining amethyst bees had an easier time advancing to the next realm. After paying their respects to the amethyst bee king, the amethyst bee king danced in the sky, as if conveying some kind of message. Under the command of the amethyst bee king, the entire swarm of amethyst bees suddenly split into 430 smaller swarms. They flew in different directions to collect honey in the sea of flowers. The amethyst bee king flew towards Lu Ping and bowed. Zilon greets Master. Thank you, Master, for taking care of me for so many years. Today, Zilon has finally achieved something. Lu Ping didn't know how to stop the 1-foot-tall bee beauty from bowing to him. But while he was hesitating, the bee beauty Zilon had already bowed to him in midair. Lu Ping coughed to hide his embarrassment. He said, "Sister Zilon, after you transform, your body can't be like a normal person's." The amethyst bee queen, Zilon, giggled. Her body rotated in midair, and her entire body expanded. She grew into a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Zilon grinned at Lu Ping. Then, she took out a half-foot-tall jade bottle out of nowhere and said, "Master, the quality of the nectar in the sea of flowers is very high." Zilon only brewed a little and obtained a lot of good royal jelly. Unfortunately, most of the royal jelly was used up when Zilon advanced to the core forging stage. This is the only bottle left. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He took the jade bottle and opened it. Such a harvest in such a short time. I've only seen this in the sect's land of heritage. There are 36 drops of royal jelly in this bottle. In the hands of an alchemist grandmaster alchemist, it's enough to increase the success rate of 36 avatar realm medicinal pellets. Zilon let out a cry of dissatisfaction and said in a spoiled manner, "Didn't Zilon say that more than half of the royal jelly brewed during this time has been used by Zilon? Otherwise, the royal jelly brewed by the Sea of Flowers here would be at least 3 times that of the spiritual herb garden of Master's sect, and the quality would be much higher." "Oh," Lu Ping replied in surprise. "Not bad. I didn't expect Zilon to brew the amethyst royal jelly so quickly after advancing to the core forging stage." Lu Ping's surprised expression made the amethyst bee king very satisfied. But soon, it wrinkled its nose and said, "Master, you're wrong again. Although the brewing speed of the royal jelly is much faster, the main reason is that the spiritual energy in the Sea of Flowers is too abundant. This saves Purple Mist a lot of time." After Zilon advanced to the core forging stage, the speed of brewing the royal jelly has slowed down. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel strange when he heard this. He couldn't help but ask, "Why is that?" Zilon smiled proudly and said, "After Zilon advanced to the core forging stage, she can brew royal jelly of higher quality. The spiritual energy contained in this kind of royal jelly is several times higher than the royal jelly she brewed before. Naturally, its effect is also several times higher. Even the amethyst honey brewed by ordinary amethyst bees will be a lot better than before because of Zilan's advancement. Zilan's face was beaming with joy as she spoke, but then she said somewhat dispiritedly, "But in this way, Zilan will need to spend more time to brew the honey and royal jelly than before, and the production of these two items will naturally decrease by a lot." Lu Ping heard this and asked with a smile, "Oh, if you use the newly brewed royal jelly to refine elixirs, how much will the success rate increase?" Zilan tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, "At least double the effect of the royal jelly before advancing to the core forging stage." Lu Ping heard this and his eyes lit up. He said, "It's worth it." Other than Lu Ping, who had once used the purple crystal royal jelly in an extravagant way, it was usually only used by Grandmaster alchemists to concoct Avatar Realm medicinal pellets. Only then would they be considered to have used up all the ingredients needed. It was extremely difficult to increase the success rate of a cauldron of Avatar Realm medicinal pellets. Usually, only 1 drop of royal jelly could be added into a cauldron of medicinal pellets to increase the success rate by 10%. In the eyes of Grandmaster alchemists, this was already considered the best supplementary ingredient. The royal jelly brewed by the core forging realm Amethyst Bee King could increase the success rate of Avatar Realm medicinal pellets by 10% to 20%. If the other Grandmaster alchemists found out about this, Lu Ping would most likely be hunted down by the entire cultivation world. At least, Lu Ping had already seen Luan Yu become sluggish after hearing the purple crystal queen bee's words. Then, his eyes flashed with red light. As an alchemy grandmaster, he naturally knew what purple crystal royal jelly in the core forging stage meant. Lu Ping asked with some doubt, although the purple crystal bees have disappeared from the cultivation world for nearly 10,000 years, they have existed in the cultivation world for at least 20,000 years. Why haven't I heard of purple crystal royal jelly in the core forging stage having such an effect? Zilan asked doubtfully, haven't they? I don't know about this. After all, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The cultivation world has long forgotten about us amethyst wasps, so I don't know. Lu Ping shook his head and said, purple crystal royal jelly has such an effect. Even if the purple crystal bees are extinct, the cultivation world will not forget such an important item, unless, Luan Yu continued Lu Ping's words, no one in the entire cultivation world has been able to cultivate the purple crystal queen bee to the core forging stage. Chapter 565. Just as Luan Yu voiced out her conjecture, Lu Ping suddenly had a feeling. The real waste of resources wasn't to use the royal jelly to increase the success rate of core forging realm or even half-step core forging realm medicinal pellets. Instead, it was to train the amethyst bees into Dao soldiers and use them to fight against core forging realm cultivators. At this moment, Lu Ping recalled that during the 2 battles on Huangli Island, the amethyst Dao soldiers had been used to resist the attacks of core forging demonic cultivators. Each time, hundreds of amethyst bees had been injured. If those amethyst bees had survived and multiplied until now, the number of amethyst bees in Lu Ping's hands would have long broken through the 10,000 mark. Hearing Luan Yu's conjecture, Zilan asked in confusion, why were the previous amethyst bees unable to break through to the core forging stage? Luan Yu pointed at the sea of flowers in front of them and asked Lu Ping, do you know which sect in the cultivation world has such a vast and boundless spiritual herb garden with over 1,000 years old spiritual herbs occupying more than half of it? Lu Ping also immediately came to a realization. With a wry smile, he said, let's not talk about the lack of such a large spiritual herb garden. Even if there was such a large grotto heaven specially used to open a spiritual herb garden, it would not allow the spiritual herbs inside to grow until they were 1,000 years old or even 3,000 years old. Moreover, there is also a huge spiritual vein to nourish them, causing the spiritual energy contained in each spiritual herb to reach saturation when it matures. Luan Yu clapped his hands and said, that's right. If the Amethyst Bee King wants to advance to the core forging stage, then it must find a large area of spiritual herbs that meets the above conditions. Apart from Senior Longhuai's place, I'm afraid even the large sects in the cultivation world do not have such resources. At this time, Zilon also understood and said, Brother Luanyu means that the reason why Zilon can successfully advance to the core forging stage is because I must find a place with spiritual herbs of the same quality as the sea of flowers here? Luanyu pondered for a moment, then said, although it is only my guess, according to my Woodluan clan's understanding of spiritual herbs, I am 70% certain. Zilan's beautiful eyes roamed about. No one knew what she was thinking, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Lu Ping immediately understood what Zilan was worried about, but Lu Ping didn't say anything. Zilan herself left Lu Ping's side and walked towards the sea of flowers. Just as she was about to enter the sea of flowers, Zilan once again shrunk to a foot-tall beauty, Linglong, and flew towards the busy bees in the sea of flowers. Moments after Zilan flew into the sea of flowers, the buzzing of the amethyst bees in the sky above the sea of flowers suddenly grew louder. It seemed like the entire swarm had become even more fanatical under the encouragement of the amethyst bee queen. At this moment, the Longhuai ancestor's voice sounded in Lu Ping's ears, young friend, can you give half of the amethyst royal jelly in your hands to the old man? Lu Ping was startled, and then handed the jade bottle in his hand to the Longhuai ancestor, saying, Junior was able to raise the amethyst bee swarm in the sea of flowers with Senior's permission. Senior should get half of this royal jelly. Lu Ping laughed dryly and said, Senior is indeed elegant. Luanyu turned his head in the direction of the sea of flowers, as if he was carefully identifying the countless rare spirit herbs in the sea of flowers. He didn't even notice the words of the Longhuai ancestor. The amethyst royal jelly that was regarded as a treasure by Fa Xiang Laozu was only used as a seasoning to improve the taste in front of the Longhuai ancestor. How could Lu Ping and Luanyu, the two alchemy grandmasters, endure this? However, the words of the Longhuai ancestor gave Lu Ping some inspiration. If he could really improve the quality of the 100-flower dew, then after Lu Ping used it to replace the vitality dew used to refine the small section spirit pills, the effect of the small section spirit pills would probably increase by a level. Luanyu followed behind Lu Ping and the Longhuai ancestor, walking around the main body of the dragon pagoda tree. Along the way, Luanyu's attention was completely focused on the spirit herbs growing in the sea of flowers. Sharp collar fruit, green frost grass, flying jade leaf. These are all spirit herbs that have long been extinct in the world of cultivation. They are all rare spirit herbs used to refine Dharma phase spirit pills, but they are growing so casually here, and they are all mature. If I bring them to the world of cultivation, I wonder how many good things I can get from an alchemy grandmaster. Debeo, on the other hand, had a sneaky look on his face as he followed behind Luanyu. From time to time, he would raise his sharp nose to sniff at the surroundings and even the ground. Then, as if he had found something, his small eyes shone with a sneaky light. Lu Ping looked around, trying his best to maintain a calm expression. But along the way, not counting the rare flowers and herbs around him, Lu Ping had found at least 5 traces of wood element natural treasures, 3 water element natural treasures, and 2 earth element natural treasures. In addition, there were 3 types of natural treasures and 2 types of spirit fruits. If Lu Ping was not wrong, the effects were probably not inferior to the azure wood pure jade fruit that Lu Ping had just obtained. This made Lu Ping even more surprised. How much wealth did the Longhuai ancestor have accumulated over the past tens of thousands of years, and how much could Lu Ping and the others see now? Just as Lu Ping was secretly thinking, a forest appeared faintly in the distance. Lu Ping's eyes shone with a bright green light. After smelting the 5th type of natural treasure, his 3 pure eyes ability had reached a higher level, appearing more and more fierce. The Longhuai ancestor seemed to have sensed something at this moment. He turned to look at Lu Ping, who had already put away his ability, and smiled. In front of us are some spirit trees and herbs that are over 5,000 years old and have a high chance of awakening into spirit medicines that the old man has carefully taken care of all these years. There are some naturally formed treasures that the old man has collected in the meridian nourishing spirit formation. In a while, if the old man wants to teach the little peach tree something, that is the most suitable place. Lu Ping absent-mindedly nodded. A familiar aura that couldn't be more familiar came from the forest. Lu Ping's eyes were getting closer and closer to the small forest, but the more he couldn't move them away. This is the Thousand Wonder Dew. That's right, this is definitely the aura of the Thousand Wonder Dew. The small forest definitely has the Thousand Wonder Dew. However, without waiting for Lu Ping to recover from his shock, Luan Yu suddenly came forward from behind and whispered in Lu Ping's ear, "The spirit plants and trees in the small forest are really very good. I can even sense from the vitality that they emit that there are 2 spirit plants whose accumulation is second only to your rank 9 white jade lotus. There are about 3 8,000-year-old spirit plants, 5 or 6 7,000-year-old spirit plants, more than 10 6,000-year-old spirit plants, and nearly 35,000-year-old spirit plants. In addition, there are about 40 to 50 spirit plants that have lost their vitality and withered." Lu Ping nodded. He didn't know what to say. Luan Yu looked at Lu Ping's indifferent appearance from the side and couldn't help but remind him again, even if those spirit plants that are over 5,000 years old have withered and died, their trunks are still top 3rd-tier spirit materials that can be used to directly refine spirit-nurturing magic treasures. Their quality may not be much worse than the gentian pearl in your hand. And the branches are also top-quality 2nd-tier variant spirit materials, this you should know. Right now, Lu Ping was very numb as he walked behind the Longhuai ancestor, but his mind was constantly recalling what Luan Yu had just said to him. If it was only used to refine a flying sword, how many spirit materials could a withered 5,000-year-old spirit tree dismember to refine a flying sword embryo? When Lu Ping obtained the spirit demon peach tree, he only picked up a dozen branches that had fallen from the spirit demon peach tree on the ground. After giving them to Chen Lian, he refined a peachwood flying sword, 3 peachwood daggers, and 64 peachwood flying needles. A total of 3 magic treasures and a set of flying needle magic treasures that were even more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. With the support of these 2nd-tier spirit materials from Lu Ping, Chen Lian's refining skills improved by leaps and bounds, and now he was already a master of Jinling. The sound of light footsteps came from behind, the footsteps were hurried, and Lu Ping knew it was De Bao. Although De Bao's waist was 2 feet thicker than the others, he almost made no sound when he walked, and Lu Ping didn't know how he did it. De Bao walked in front of Lu Ping with his arms crossed. He first looked to both sides, then looked at the back of the Longhuai ancestor walking in front of him, then he sneakily moved his head closer to Lu Ping's ear and said, "Boss, the spirit vein under the foot of this ridiculously huge tree definitely has a spirit-gathering pearl, and it is very likely to nurture a medium spirit vein." Lu Ping glanced at De Bao and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? In the world of cultivation, there has never been a spirit-gathering pearl that can nurture a medium spirit vein. In order to nurture a medium spirit vein, apart from gathering 10 small spirit veins together, it can only be nurtured by nature. With your knowledge, you still want to be the greatest treasure appraiser in the world of cultivation? Who would dare to let you see a treasure in their hands?" De Bao chuckled and said, "Boss, listen to me first. A medium spirit vein is naturally impossible, but this giant tree demon said that it has been at least 30,000 years since it was born, and this giant spirit vein has accompanied it for at least 30,000 years. In 30,000 years, how many spirit-gathering pearls do you think this spirit vein will nurture?" Lu Ping was silent for a moment, but he didn't pay any more attention to De Bao. De Bao had long been tormented by the treasures that could be seen everywhere, and seeing that Lu Ping didn't have the slightest reaction, directly shaking him off and continuing to walk forward, he immediately became anxious. In a few steps, he caught up to Lu Ping and said, "Boss, in this small forest, there is a spirit object whose quality is not inferior to the Thousand Wonder Nectar." Lu Ping was startled, and blurted out, "What is it, how do you know?" Chapter 566. When De Bao heard Lu Ping's question, he immediately proudly said, "Boss, did you forget that I am the famous treasure-seeking mouse? What kind of treasure can be hidden from me? The treasure in the grove is definitely a spiritual item that is not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar. Moreover, it is an earth attribute spiritual item." Lu Ping snappily said, "Treasure-seeking mouse. You are a spirit-seeking mouse, okay? Since when did you call yourself a treasure-seeking mouse? If there really is a treasure in the grove that is not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar, I'm afraid it is because it is an earth attribute treasure that is compatible with your cultivation attribute. That's why you discovered it, right? When Lu Ping saw through De Bao's thoughts, he immediately giggled and awkwardly retreated behind Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping began to pay attention to the treasure that De Bao spoke of. Since De Bao vowed that there was a spiritual item in the grove that was not inferior to the myriad wonder jade nectar, he naturally wouldn't speak without thinking. He must have a certain degree of confidence. Longhuai Ancestor, who was walking in front of Lu Ping, seemed to be unaware of the small movements of Lu Ping and the others behind him. However, at this moment, Longhuai Ancestor suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of Lu Ping. It was as if something that even surprised Longhuai Ancestor had happened somewhere out of Lu Ping's line of sight. I didn't expect that among the cultivators who entered the Meridian Incubation Spirit Nurturing Grand Array, there would be such an opportunity. You're only at the 8th stage of core forging, yet you were able to discover the hidden treasure. Originally, this old man wanted to give you some pointers, but this time, someone beat you to it. Longhuai Ancestor casually said a few words and then walked into the grove. When Lu Ping heard Longhuai Ancestor mention the 8th stage of core forging, his first reaction was that Yuan was flying. However, Longhuai Ancestor didn't specifically say what treasure it was, so Lu Ping didn't ask too much. Instead, he followed Lao Zu into the grove formed by hundreds of spiritual plants. Longhuai Ancestor walked around the grove 7 or 8 times, but Lu Ping didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He only used his divine sense to lock onto Lao Zu's figure, and a stream of water appeared under his feet, rushing forward in the direction he had locked onto Lao Zu's figure. Although this place was called a small forest, it was actually relative to the height of the Dragon Pagoda tree, which seemed to reach the heavens. In fact, these 100 or so spirit plants were all several hundred feet tall, and there were even some 3,000 or 4,000-year-old trees scattered in the middle. All of Lu Ping's divine sense was used to capture Longhuai Ancestor's figure, and his eyes flickered with a green light. He had already discovered that this place was actually a formation formed by dozens of giant trees. Behind him, Luan Yu and De Bao had already been thrown to God knows where. Lu Ping bypassed a giant tree, and suddenly, a shallow lake appeared in front of Lu Ping. The shallow lake was surrounded by a piece of flat land with green grass and the fragrance of flowers. Longhuai Ancestor was standing in front of the small lake, facing Lu Ping who had just walked out of the grove. Longhuai Ancestor pointed to a piece of flat land in front of him and said, "First, move the little peach tree to this place." The cultivation technique that the old man wants to secretly pass on to the little peach tree needs this environment to consolidate her cultivation foundation. Lu Ping hesitated and said, "Senior, I wonder if you can enter this junior spatial magic tool to pass on your cultivation technique to the little peach tree. The little peach tree hasn't transformed yet. If its body moves back and forth, it's not good for its growth." Longhuai Ancestor laughed and said, "Little friend, you don't have to worry too much, just move the little peach tree here." Lu Ping still wanted to say something, but he saw Longhuai Ancestor stretch out his hand and point towards that piece of flat land. The soil on the surface of the flat land suddenly rose, and a layer of shiny black soil rose from the ground, as if oil could be squeezed out of the soil. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "This is living soil." Longhuai Ancestor smiled and said, "Lu Xiaoyu is really knowledgeable, but strictly speaking, this layer of soil isn't living soil, but a layer of mixed soil that has gathered the essence of living soil, and there's also a layer of living soil powder. Other than that, there's also a psychic stone." The old man once heard from the little peach tree that the reason why she awakened her spiritual knowledge was because of a piece of psychic wood that appeared on her body, so the old man might as well give her another psychic stone. Even though it doesn't match her attribute, it's still quite useful for the little peach tree to awaken her spiritual knowledge and enlighten her. Longhuai Ancestor's action wasn't over yet. His hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and a breeze suddenly blew over. A faint fragrance came with the wind, and it was the 1,000 fragrances dew that Luan Yutong and Lu Ping had mentioned before. Drops of water directly pierced into the soil like fine needles, Longhui ancestor said, this is the 1,000 fragrances dew. Lu Xiaoyou's friend Qing Luan had already mentioned it before. With this item, together with the essence of living soil and living soil powder, the little peach tree can be moved here without any problems. Lu Ping didn't say anything, and the golden house expanded once again. The golden door directly reflected a space tunnel that was dozens of feet high in the air. Amidst the crashing sound, Lu Ping seemed to hear the pain of the little peach tree being uprooted from the ground. The place where the spirit monster peach tree previously grew in the golden house became a huge pit, and there were wisps of aura coming out from it from time to time. This was an underground branch that Lu Ping specially opened up based on the characteristics of the little lonely mountain to transport aura to the spirit monster peach tree. Ah, Lu Xiaoyu actually has living soil in your hands? Longhui ancestor saw the huge mud block carried by the roots of the little peach tree, so it was easy for him to find the living soil powder in the soil. Lu Ping smiled and said, this is just a little bit of living soil that Junior got by luck, how can it be compared to Senior? The little peach tree landed on the flat ground, and its huge roots quickly penetrated into the soil that was mixed with the essence of many spiritual items. The previously withered spirit monster peach tree suddenly glowed with a bright green color. The movements of Longhui ancestor's hands did not stop in the slightest. He formed a seal, and a cloud suddenly rose from the shallow lake behind Longhui ancestor, shrouding the top of the little peach tree. After a moment, it began to drizzle. Lu Ping had already sensed the aura of the wonder dew in the moment the cloud rose from the shallow lake, and this cloud also seemed to be mixed with a lot of the essence of the wonder dew. At this time, Lu Ping noticed that the shallow lake in front of him was actually full of 1,000 fragrance dew, and the wonder dew was probably in the myriad poison liquid, and had also dived to the bottom of the small lake. The drizzle containing the 1,000 fragrance dew and the wonder dew made the branches and leaves of the little peach tree appear more verdant. Lu Ping even noticed a few inconspicuous flower buds among the branches and leaves of the little peach tree. The Longhui ancestor nodded at Lu Ping and suddenly shouted. A wave of vitality immediately overflowed from the body of the avatar, and immediately connected with the vitality of the little peach tree. Longhui ancestor immediately pointed at the sky-reaching dragon locust tree, and the soil under the sky-reaching dragon locust tree immediately began to roll. Lu Ping's eyes narrowed, and he saw a 3-foot-long blood-red stone slowly rise from the soil. It seemed that this was the stone that Longhui ancestor had previously mentioned that would grant him his inheritance. However, when Lu Ping saw this stone, his expression suddenly froze. The material of this stone was far too deep for Lu Ping, because Lu Ping had a bloodstone made of the same material in his hands. It was the treasure that Lu Ping had specially asked Lyra Laozu to pick from a large pile of spiritual materials when they were splitting up the treasures with the Heavenly Moon sect, the Free and Unfettered sect, and the Yuan clan. A blood-red pillar of light emerged from the stone, and after being received by the Longhui ancestor, it directly poured into the trunk of the little peach tree through the connection between the two. Lu Ping stood to the side and watched from afar. When the blood-red pillar of light poured into the trunk of the spirit monster peach tree, Lu Ping lost his connection with the aura of the spirit monster peach tree in an instant. Lu Ping's heart tightened, and he saw the branches and leaves of the little peach tree rustle again, as if it was enduring great pain, and its entire body trembled. The blood-red pillar of light lasted for about half an hour, and the Longhui ancestor finally taught the spirit monster cultivation inheritance to the spirit monster peach tree. At this moment, the spirit monster peach tree seemed to be still, standing there motionlessly. However, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around the spirit monster peach tree became more and more obvious, and the rhythm and scale of the spiritual energy that the spirit monster peach tree breathed in and out became more and more standardized. Ancestor Longhui looked at the spirit demon peach tree with satisfaction and said, "It's really not bad. You've actually grasped the foundation of spirit demon cultivation in such a short period of time. In another 3 to 5 years, you'll be able to completely convert the spiritual energy stored in your body that you don't know how to convert into magic energy." I presume your cultivation will soon break through to the peak of the blood condensation realm. After that, you'll pass the core forging realm and become a spirit demon. Lu Ping pointed at the blood-red stone that was slowly falling to the ground, and asked, Senior, is this blood-red stone the inheritance that you received when you first awakened your spiritual sense? What material is this stone made of, and what is its use? I have never heard of such a thing in the world of cultivation. The Longhui ancestor stretched out his hand and beckoned the stone that was about to fall to the ground. The stone immediately fell into the Longhui ancestor's hand, and turned into a stone piece the size of a palm. The Longhui ancestor shook the stone piece in his hand, and said, This stone piece itself is not only an inheritance treasure, but the material of the stone itself is not inferior to a third-grade spiritual material. It has already been refined by the old man into his own magic treasure. This blood-red stone may have an extraordinary origin, and there are many other uses in it, but the old man is not worth mentioning. Lu Ping nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he saw the Longhui ancestor's expression change again, and said, Your spiritual pet, rat demon, really has the ability to gather treasures. In such a short time, he actually found so many treasures here, and the process of finding them was abnormally simple, as if he had already prepared for it. Lu Ping hurriedly apologized, and said, My rat demon is used to being arrogant, and has become more and more impudent. He actually dared to collect the spiritual herbs and hidden treasures that Senior cultivated, without permission. The Longhui ancestor smiled, and said, It's fine, I have already made an agreement with him. As long as he can explain the properties and use of the treasure that he found, the old man will give it to him. The old man naturally will not go back on his word. Chapter 567. It had already been 6 hours since the spirit peach tree accepted the inheritance of the Longhui ancestor. The entire spirit peach tree was rooted on the flat ground, not moving at all. Only the green leaves seemed to be brighter and brighter. Beside the shallow lake, the Longhui ancestor looked at Lu Ping and asked, Lu Xiaoyu, although the little peach tree has accepted the inheritance of the old man, but if she wants to quickly achieve something, the best thing is to be able to stay with the old man. Under the careful guidance of the old man, she will not have to take many detours. In this way, when the next heavenly wall of poison opens, I believe the little peach tree will also have some achievements. At that time, the old man will let her go out, and she will have the ability to protect herself in the cultivation world. In fact, when Lu Ping had sent the little peach tree to accept the inheritance of the Longhui ancestor, he had already thought of this problem. At that moment, Lu Ping thought for a while and asked the Longhui ancestor an unrelated question, Senior's cultivation is so high, why don't you walk around in the cultivation world and take a look? The Longhui ancestor did not expect Lu Ping to ask such a question. He was stunned and smiled bitterly. Before the old man awakened his spiritual consciousness, the heavenly wall of poison had already bound the old man's body, causing the old man to be unable to transform at all. Naturally, he could only be trapped in this place, and could only separate a part of his spiritual consciousness and use an avatar to meet people. When Lu Ping saw the true form of the Longhui ancestor, he naturally thought that the Longhui ancestor had not transformed, but he did not expect this to be the reason. However, what surprised Lu Ping even more was that the Longhui ancestor had only appeared as an avatar, and the power he displayed was already above the Dharma stage. If his true form had successfully transformed, how high would his cultivation be? Lu Ping composed himself and said, Even though the little peach tree came out from the land of 100 flowers that year, I can't decide what to do with the little peach tree. This matter still depends on her. If the little peach tree is willing to stay here and have Senior take care of her, Junior will naturally be happy. If the little peach tree is not willing to stay here, then Junior will take care of the little peach tree's safety. The Longhui ancestor nodded and said, All right. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment. The Longhui ancestor saw this and could not help but ask with a smile, Lu Xiaoyu, is there anything else you want to ask the old man? Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and said, Indeed, there is something I want to ask Senior. Just now, Senior extracted from this lake, was it the Wonder Dew? The Wonder Dew? The Longhui ancestor asked in confusion, but it was Lu Ping who did not know what he was asking. Then, the Longhui ancestor came to a sudden realization and said, "You are talking about this liquid, right?" As the Longhui ancestor said this, he pointed at the shallow lake with his hand. A stream of water that was slightly darker than the lake water and seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding lake water suddenly rose from the bottom of the lake. A huge wave of vitality was immediately emitted from the dark blue water. If it was not the Wonder Dew, then what could it be? Yes, it is. The Longhui ancestor looked at Lu Ping's slightly excited expression and said with a smile, "So this thing is called the Wonder Dew. The old man has been trapped here for many years. Although he knows that this thing is magical, he has never heard of its name. However, 5,000 years ago, when the firmament wall of myriad poisons opened, a cultivator accidentally entered the periphery of the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation and obtained a few drops of the Wonder Dew that the old man did not collect. Since then, every time the firmament wall of myriad poisons opened, the cultivator's family would come to this place. About 2,000 years later, another cultivator accidentally discovered this place. After that, the two cultivators agreed to keep this secret and entered the periphery of the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation together to search for some spiritual materials, spiritual items, and strange items. However, the two cultivators were mostly looking for the Wonder Dew. Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "Is one of the two cultivators surnamed Lu and the other surnamed Yuan?" The Longhui ancestor nodded and said, "That's right. This time, there seems to be another cultivator. Moreover, it seems that their strength is not weaker than the combined strength of the two cultivators. It seems that they are quite a powerful sect. However, this time, the most precious treasure in the periphery has already been taken by a disciple of the Yuan clan." The image of Yuan's soaring figure suddenly flashed in Lu Ping's mind and he couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Laozu allowed these treasures to be taken by someone else? The Longhui ancestor smiled and said, "Firstly, my avatar can't be more than 10 miles away from my main body. If I want to collect the treasures one by one, I have to use my main body's huge root system to transport them. Secondly, the old man obtained most of the treasures in the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation that were very useful to the old man. The rest of the treasures in the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation aren't that valuable to the old man. Moreover, the meridian breeding spirit nurturing grand formation prevents transcendent stage cultivators from entering. How can some late core forging stage cultivators find the real treasures? However, there are also unexpected situations. This time, wasn't there a treasure discovered by the cultivator of the Yuan clan? Lu Ping pondered for a moment and didn't know what to say. The Longhui ancestor observed Lu Ping's expression and smiled. "Young friend, do you want the Wonder Dew?" Lu Ping let out a long sigh and said, "The Wonder Dew is very precious. It would be a lie if I said I didn't want it. However, I can't take such a great benefit from Senior for free. Moreover, I really don't have any treasures that can rival the Wonder Dew." Ancestor Longhui smiled lightly, and then he stretched out his hand and gestured towards the lake. A ball of dark blue myriad Wonder Dew was instantly separated, and it just happened to be a portion of 36 drops. The Wonder Dew was still in midair when the Longhui ancestor once again waved his hand towards the lake. A stream of water rose from the lake. At this time, Lu Ping noticed that apart from the Wonder Dew in the center of the lake, the entire lake was filled with the 1,000 fragrance dew. The 1,000 fragrant dew also rose into the air, wrapping around the fist-sized Wonder Dew nectar in the center. After that, Patriarch Longhui took out a bamboo tube out of nowhere. He pointed the mouth of the tube at the 1,000 fragrant dew and Wonder Dew nectar hovering in midair. He formed a hand seal and shouted, "Retract." The large mass of water immediately flowed into the small bamboo tube. The Longhui ancestor closed the lid of the bamboo tube and shook it. When he heard the sound of water splashing inside, he handed the bamboo tube to Lu Ping and said, "If the Wonder Dew is stored alone, its spirituality will be lost. Therefore, the old man placed it in the 1,000 fragrance dew. The 1,000 fragrance dew has the effect of stimulating the growth of spirit grasses and plants. It also contains vitality. Although it is far from being comparable to the wonder dew, it can still maintain the wonder dew's spirituality. Lu Ping hurriedly declined, but he heard the Longhuai ancestor say with a smile, "The old man doesn't lack this wonder dew. Moreover, there seems to be a lot of spirit grasses planted in little friend's spatial magic tool. This 1,000 fragrance dew is perfect for watering those spirit grasses. Moreover, the old man also has a favor to ask of little friend. Take this item as the reward for little friend's help." Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, but he could not resist the temptation of the wonder dew in his heart. In the end, he did not take the bamboo tube. Instead, he said, "If the matter Senior wishes for is beyond Junior's ability, please forgive Junior. Junior will naturally exchange the wonder dew for Senior." The Longhuai ancestor waved his hand. Seeming to think of something, he let out a long sigh and did not speak anymore. The two of them were silent for a long time. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the little peach tree finally changed again. The two of them looked in the direction of the little peach tree. They did not know when, but the branches and leaves of the little peach tree had become a lot more luxuriant. Under the cover of the branches and leaves, Lu Ping also found a dozen flower buds that had already begun to germinate. A joyful aura emitted from the little peach tree. The Longhuai ancestor stroked his beard and laughed. Lu Ping felt the aura around the little peach tree and also felt quite gratified. At this moment, the little peach tree felt very different from before. Not only was the spiritual power that had accumulated since the spiritual sense was opened slowly being refined, the use of the Fa Li in its body was no longer like when Lu Ping first saw it, where it could only use the branches that fell from its body to whip the enemy. The little peach tree's use of its spiritual sense and divine sense was also much more flexible. When communicating with Lu Ping, it no longer rigidly stuck to simple expressions. The little peach tree showed the two of them what it had obtained after receiving the inheritance. At this time, the Longhuai ancestor spoke to the little peach tree about the question he had just raised to Lu Ping. He asked if the little peach tree was willing to stay in the vein-strengthening spirit formation and receive the guidance of the Longhuai ancestor until the next time the firmament wall of poison opened before leaving. In the perception of Lu Ping's divine sense, after the little peach tree heard the words of the Longhuai ancestor, the spiritual sense and divine sense that had become a lot smoother suddenly became chaotic. It seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Then, it cast its chaotic divine sense onto Lu Ping, clearly treating Lu Ping as its backbone. When the Longhuai ancestor saw that the little peach tree was so attached to Lu Ping, he knew that his idea wouldn't work. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Lu Ping faintly smiled and sent out a gentle divine sense, calming the little peach tree's anxious divine sense. Then, he repeated the words of letting the little peach tree freely choose whether to stay or leave. The branches and leaves of the little peach tree gently swayed. It seemed to be thinking about the words of the Longhuai ancestor and Lu Ping. It seemed that it had already made a decision and was only considering how to explain to one of the two people that had always loved it. After a moment, the little peach tree finally made up its mind. An apologetic aura was transmitted to the Longhuai ancestor. The Longhuai ancestor, who already knew that this would be the result, nodded. It opened its mouth and seemed to say something to the little peach tree. Then, it turned to look at Lu Ping, saying, "Lu Xiaoyu, the little peach tree has already decided to continue following you. It's difficult for the spirit Yao race to awaken, and the cultivation world is dangerous. Please treat the little peach tree well." Lu Ping said solemnly, "Please don't worry, Lao Zu." The Longhuai ancestor nodded, saying, "Since that's the case, please first bring the little peach tree back into the spatial magic item. Before she transforms, it's best not to let others know of her existence." Under the request of the Longhuai ancestor, Lu Ping used the art of changing seas and mulberry fields. The little peach tree and the soil that had gathered the essence of the living earth, the essence of the 1,000 wonder dew, the living earth powder, the psychic stone, the 1,000 fragrant dew and many other heavenly treasures were all put into the storage space. The little peach tree's branches and leaves swayed, making woo-woo sounds. It seemed to be saying goodbye to the Longhua ancestor. Chapter 568. For some reason, Lu Ping saw a trace of envy in the Longhua ancestor's eyes as the little peach tree returned to the spatial magic tool. Even though the person before him was only a puppet, an avatar, Lu Ping could still sense a strong fluctuation of emotions from it. The Longhua ancestor let out a long sigh. He straightened his palm and slammed it down on the ground. A crack about a meter wide immediately split open, and an aura that was also filled with vitality but all-encompassing spread out from the depths of the crack. As the aura grew thicker and thicker, it was as if something was about to charge out from the depths of the crack. However, before the thing in the crack could emerge from the ground, a plump body suddenly scuttled out of the ground in a panic. When it landed on the ground, its small eyes darted around, and it quickly noticed Lu Ping and the Longhua ancestor. It was about to run away, but it immediately stopped. When Lu Ping saw Debao scuttling out of the ground, he naturally knew what the Longhua ancestor was about to do. He immediately blushed, and was about to explain something to the Longhua ancestor when he saw that the Longhua ancestor did not even look at Debao. Instead, he looked at the crack that had opened up in the ground with a rather solemn expression. A moment later, a tree root that was clearly rather listless reached out from the depths of the crack. At the front of the root was a dark but yellowish piece of soil, its surface shining with a nameless luster. The root brought the piece of soil directly to the Longhua ancestor. The Longhua ancestor weighed the piece of soil in his hand, and suddenly threw it into the spatial passageway of the House of Gold. At this moment, the little peach tree had already entered the House of Gold. The spatial passageway of the House of Gold had already been closed by Lu Ping, and only ripples remained in the air. However, when the clawed and patriarch Longhuai's hand flew into the fluctuating air, a half-foot-wide hole was forced open in the spatial passageway that had been closed. The clod passed through the hole and disappeared, and the forcefully opened hole was immediately restored to its original state. Lu Ping's spiritual will was focused on the little peach tree that was falling towards the ground. At this moment, the soil in the Longhua ancestor's hand forcefully broke through the spatial passage of the Golden House and appeared within the space of the Golden House. Just as Lu Ping was stunned, this piece of soil, which was emitting a nameless luster, fell straight to the roots of the small peach tree, and disappeared as soon as it touched the ground. Even so, Lu Ping was able to clearly see the dirt block the moment it appeared in the Golden House. When Lu Ping saw that the little peach tree was safe and sound in the Golden House, he turned around and said to the Longhua ancestor, "Senior, I thank you on behalf of the little peach tree for your generous gift." The Longhua ancestor didn't seem to hear Lu Ping's words, and murmured, "The old man was wrong to leave you here. The old man has been trapped here for 10,000 years, and he has always wanted to escape the shackles of this fence, to see the vast world of cultivation. Now, how can he trap you here like the old man?" Debao was discovered sneaking underground, and he thought that he would be punished. Unexpectedly, the two people in front of him didn't even say a word to him. Debao was secretly delighted, and before he knew it, his legs had already sunk more than half into the ground. Just as Debao was about to dive into the ground and escape, he saw Lu Ping's foot lightly stop, and Debao suddenly felt that the entire ground had suddenly turned into a hard piece of steel. Caught off guard, Debao's head slammed into the ground, and he immediately let out a cry of pain. When he raised his head, his right hand was covering his forehead, and there was a huge bump. Debao jumped down, wanting to pull out his legs from the ground. Unexpectedly, his legs were also stuck in the ground, and he couldn't pull them out. Debao could only half bury himself in the ground, and he looked at Lu Ping pitifully. Lu Ping was annoyed that Debao was too greedy and daring. If this was in the cave of any cultivator in the cultivation world, after the owner found out about Debao's behavior, even if he killed him, Lu Ping couldn't say anything. Lu Ping just wanted to punish Debao, so that he would remember that there were some people that he couldn't afford to offend. "Take out everything you found." Lu Ping looked at Debeo and said coldly. Although Debeo was greedy, he was smarter and more sensible. Looking at Lu Ping's face and listening to his tone, he immediately knew that he couldn't get away with it today, so he simply took out all his harvest from the underground. Among Lu Ping's several spiritual pets, Debeo had the most storage celestial devices. Firstly, Debeo deliberately asked for them from Lu Ping. Secondly, Debeo had too many miscellaneous things, so he naturally needed a lot of storage celestial devices. Most of these things were things that Lu Ping didn't need or had eliminated, and a few of them were things that Debeo traded for himself. Huangli Island's mysterious underground merchant Bao Yi was quite famous among the low-level cultivators on the island. There were also some things that Debeo had obtained from Lu Ping's expeditions over the years. Debeo first took out a storage bag from the right side of his waist and fiddled with it. Then, he retracted his hand and opened his palm. A total of 8 miniature spirit-gathering pearls appeared on his palm. Lu Ping was expressionless, but Longhui Ancestor looked at Debeo with interest. Debeo was used to reading people's expressions. Seeing Longhui Ancestor's expression, he immediately knew that he wouldn't be punished too much, and he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, looking at Lu Ping's expression, Debeo immediately sighed. It was impossible for him to hide any treasures. Debeo took out a storage bracelet from his bosom, and Debeo took out 2 withered roots from it. These 2 roots were obviously withered, but the surface of the flexible roots still exuded a special luster. Obviously, the quality of these 2 treasures were much better than second-class mutated spiritual materials. Debeo looked at the motionless Lu Ping, and he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head with his fat hand. When he retracted his hand, he conveniently pulled out a thin rope from his neck. The thin rope was tied to a small storage bag. Debeo shook the small storage bag from top to bottom, and 5 miniature spirit-gathering pearls that were twice the size of the previous spirit-gathering pearls appeared in Debeo's hands. This time, the corner of Lu Ping's eyes finally twitched, but he still looked at Debeo without saying a word. Debeo had no choice but to say, "Boss, spare me. I do have 2 things that I obtained from underground, but they were both placed in the insoles made from storage bags under my feet. Now that I'm trapped in the soil, I can't take them out." Lu Ping was half angered by Debeo's answer. In the world of cultivation, only a fool like Debeo could think of such a lousy idea that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The Longhui Ancestor finally couldn't hold it in any longer, and suddenly burst into laughter. The sky suddenly seemed to dance with the wind and thunder. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that high up in the sky, the main body of the dragon locust tree seemed to be laughing at Debeo's shameless methods. However, the result of laughing was a violent turbulence in the surrounding spirit chi. In an instant, the intensity of the spirit chi actually exceeded that of when Lu Ping and the others first entered the Meridian Incubation Spirit Cultivation Formation. Then, a violent wind swept past, and the shallow lake formed by the dew of 1,000 fragrances was suddenly blown to the bottom. Even the wonder dew hidden at the bottom of the lake jumped up from the wind. A loud and terrifying woo-woo sound came from the small forest around the lake, and the trees that needed 2 people to wrap their arms around were blown back and forth, as if they could not stand still. The violent turbulence did not stop. Instead, it continued to move towards the Meridian Incubation Spirit Cultivation Formation. However, this was only the situation at the roots of the dragon locust tree. As the dragon locust tree swayed in the sky, who knew what kind of turbulence it would cause in the fallen archipelago? Lu Ping now knew that the firmament of myriad poisons was built on the dragon locust tree.
Lu Ping looked at the consequences of the Longhui Ancestor's inability to control its emotions in shock. He could not help but glare fiercely at Debeo. However, when the wind blew, Debeo bent down and gripped the ground tightly, as if he was afraid that the wind would break him. The Longhui Ancestor stopped laughing and pointed at Debeo as he said with a smile, "Young brother, this spirit pet of yours is really shameless." He was actually able to think of such a method. "Forget it, let me ask you, do you know what those 2 treasures that were hidden beneath my feet are?" Debeo's spirits shook, and he hurriedly replied, reporting to Senior, "One is an Earth attribute wondrous sulfuric ore, and the other is an Earth attribute low-grade Earth rank Fey, flying U stone. Both were found at the end of Senior's roots. Junior originally also discovered a Fey that seemed to be even more formidable, but just when Junior was about to flee there, Senior noticed and captured it." Lu Ping grunted coldly and said, "Do you really think that your Earth escape technique is unknown? If it wasn't for Senior Long Huai capturing you from beneath the ground, you would have perished a long time ago." When he saw De Bao was slightly puzzled, Lu Ping asked once more, "Do you know what sort of treasure is the even more formidable flying U stone that you discovered earlier?" De Bao's spirits were refreshed, and he said, "Boss, that wouldn't be the breathing earth, right?" Lu Ping sneered. "You aren't stupid. The breathing earth is called the boundless earth. With your cultivation, once you come into contact with the breathing earth's main body, then the enormous spirituality contained within the breathing earth's mid-grade heaven rank flying U stone would counterattack. Even if you're an earth attribute demon beast that's skilled in earth escape technique, you would still be crushed into a meat patty." De Bao broke out in cold sweat from what Lu Ping said. Only now did he realize that after he advanced to the core forging realm, he'd actually become slightly arrogant by relying on the great improvement of his earth escape technique. Now it would seem like his actions were simply extremely laughable in the eyes of those cultivators that were truly capable. Meanwhile, the Longhuai ancestor said, "I've already said it earlier. So long as this little mouse demon is able to find a treasure that he recognizes, then the old man will give these things to him. Now that he's found these things, the old man won't go back on his word, so you can take these things." De Bao was delighted when he heard this, but he didn't dare act rashly this time, and he looked at Lu Ping.
Chapter 569. Lu Ping was about to decline when he heard Longhuai ancestor continue, "But the old man also has a request. Forget about the sulfur gang rock and the flying U stone, just treat it as a gift from the old man to you, the rat demon. But of the 5 small spirit gathering pearls, 3 must be buried under the little peach tree. The remaining 2 small spirit gathering pearls and the 8 miniature spirit gathering pearls must be used by the rat demon and Lu Xiaoyu." Longhuai ancestor's words made it hard for Lu Ping to decline, so he could only thank him. Senior's continuous generous gifts, this junior is truly ashamed. Longhuai ancestor said, "Lu Xiaoyu, do you know why the old man would do everything possible to invite you into this pulse-nourishing spirit formation and reveal the old man's body in front of everyone?" Lu Ping asked strangely, "Isn't it because of the little peach tree, senior?" Longhuai ancestor said with a smile, "If it was only because of the little peach tree, the old man naturally has thousands of ways to obtain the spatial artifact from Lu Xiaoyu and bring the little peach tree here. The only problem is that after the little peach tree transforms, it can only leave this place when the myriad poison firmament wall opens again. In this fallen archipelago, as long as the old man is willing, there is very little that the old man can't do. If even these people can't be suppressed, the old man would have long been torn apart by the old monsters of the various sections. Otherwise, why would the fallen archipelago exist until now?" Lu Ping was secretly shocked, but he said, "I wonder if there is anything this junior can help senior?" "You come." Longhuai ancestor brought Lu Ping straight to the dragon pagoda tree. Under the trunk of the dragon pagoda tree, which was so thick that even hundreds of people would find it hard to wrap their arms around, Longhuai ancestor sighed and patted the wall-like trunk, then turned to Lu Ping and said, "Lu Xiaoyu, place your palm on the old man's body." Lu Ping walked forward with a suspicious look and placed his hand on the trunk whose bark had long cracked. A loud bang exploded in Lu Ping's mind. With a face full of shock, Lu Ping's blood suddenly boiled and surged from the core space to the rest of his body. Lu Ping's entire body seemed to be dyed in a layer of crimson red. In the core space, on the surface of a large gold core, 6 strange WYRMs roared at the sky, and an extremely profound aura surged out from Lu Ping's blood. At this moment, Lu Ping seemed to feel his palm tremble. Yes, this tree that could truly be considered as towering was actually trembling. Lu Ping was horrified, and he hurriedly removed his hand from the dragon pagoda tree's body. He looked at Longhuai Ancestor with a face full of lingering fear, but he saw that Longhuai Ancestor was also looking at him with a shocked expression at this moment. After Lu Ping's palm left the dragon pagoda tree, the dragon pagoda tree suddenly stopped trembling. However, even in this short period of contact, the dragon pagoda tree's trembling still caused a huge tremor in the fallen archipelago. However, Lu Ping had not realized it at this time. Longhuai Ancestor glanced into the distance. He naturally knew what kind of tremor had happened in the fallen archipelago and what kind of casualties it would bring to the cultivators who were still on the archipelago. However, Longhuai Ancestor did not care about this at all. I didn't expect it. Although the old man noticed that the WIRM bloodline in Lu Xiaoyu's body was abnormally pure, and it could be said that it was the first time the old man had seen it in the past 5,000 years, he still underestimated Lu Xiaoyu. Such a pure bloodline is almost on par with the WIRM bloodline that the old man had painstakingly condensed in the past tens of thousands of years. Lu Ping looked at Longhuai Ancestor, but he could not figure out what the Longhuai Ancestor was thinking in his heart, so he could only summon up his courage and ask, "Senior, what do you mean?" Longhuai Ancestor looked at Lu Ping's slightly vigilant look. After a little thought, he understood Lu Ping's meaning, so he chuckled and said, "It's also the old man's fault for not making it clear, which made you misunderstand. The old man just wanted to let Lu Xiaoyu know that the old man is not an ordinary spirit beastkin. The spirit beastkin in the cultivation world do not have the bloodline of the seventh patriarch, but the old man not only inherited the WIRM bloodline, but the old man has always believed that no one in the cultivation world can compete with the old man in terms of the purity of the WIRM bloodline." "That's right," Lu Ping said in a deep voice, "this is also what I want to ask. Senior is a dragon pagoda tree that cultivated into a spirit beastkin. Why do you have the WIRM bloodline, and why is the bloodline purity so high?" Longhuai Ancestor did not directly answer Lu Ping's question, but said seriously, "Today, the old man saw that you have cultivated the WIRM bloodline of the water attribute and the pure chi in your body, which shows that your bloodline is far purer than the cultivators of the same level. I also saw that you can resist the temptation of the spirit beastkin to the cultivators, and treat the spirit beastkin and the spirit pets fairly, which made the old man very pleased, so I wanted to invite you here to test if I can entrust something to you. This time, it seems that the matter of the old man can really be entrusted to you." Lu Ping remembered that the Longhuai Ancestor said that he had something to ask of him, so he asked, "What is it that Senior is talking about?" The Longhuai Ancestor took a deep look at Lu Ping, and said, "If in the future, your cultivation can reach the level of breaking the sky wall of poison, I hope that you can generously help the old man to get out of this fence, so that I can transform into a human form and wander freely in this world. It is better than dying of old age in this sky wall of poison." When Lu Ping heard the Longhuai Ancestor's request, he was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but say, "Senior, it is said that this sky wall of poison was personally built by Jiao Daoren. If it is true, how can this junior break the formation set up by one of the seventh patriarch?" Jiao Daoren's strength was known as the second strongest of the seventh patriarch, second only to Peng Laozu, who controlled the seven treasure thunder calabash. How could the formation he set up be broken by Lu Ping? Otherwise, in the tens of thousands of years of countless outstanding cultivators, how could the sky wall of poison stop the cultivators in the world of cultivation for tens of thousands of years? Seeing the difficult expression on Lu Ping's face, the Longhuai Ancestor said with a bitter expression, "If even little friend can't do it in the future, then even if other cultivators reach that point in the future, they will at most have the same cultivation as the old man. How can they have the strength to break the sky wall of poison? Moreover, once the old man breaks the shackles of the sky wall of poison, I'm afraid he will immediately face the double tribulations of shapeshifting and spiritualization. If there is no great cultivator who is far stronger than the old man to help, I'm afraid the day he breaks the sky wall of poison and obtains freedom will be the day the old man falls." Lu Ping didn't know how to reply to the Longhuai Ancestor, so he could only choose his words carefully and said, Junior really doesn't dare to guarantee anything to Senior, but if Junior really has the ability to break the sky wall of poison, then Junior will definitely not stand by and do nothing. The Longhua ancestor also nodded and said, when one's cultivation has reached the old man's level, the only things he pursues are shape-shifting and breaking the sky wall of poison to regain his freedom. The other things are just worldly possessions, so the old man naturally won't care about them. So, Lu Xiaoyu doesn't have to worry too much about the old man's kindness. Lu Ping agreed to the Longhua ancestor's request and followed the Longhua ancestor out of the small forest. Meanwhile, the trapped Debao was kept into the golden house by Lu Ping. No matter how much Debao promised that he wouldn't cause trouble, Lu Ping wouldn't let him out. Outside the small forest, Luan Yu was walking and stopping in the sea of flowers. From time to time, she would bend down to pick up something from the ground. Seeing that Lu Ping and the others had come out, Luan Yu walked out from the sea of flowers. First, he bowed to the Longhua ancestor and said, Junior had nothing to do just now, so I was strolling around in the sea of flowers. My Woodluan clan loves cultivating spiritual herbs the most, so I was bold enough to pick up many seeds of spiritual herbs from the sea of flowers cultivated by Senior. Please don't blame me, Senior. Lu Ping secretly praised Luan Yu's intelligence. At the very least, Luan Yu was much more resourceful than that hothead Debao. If it wasn't for the fact that Debao was in a similar situation as the Longhua ancestor, he would have died for sure. However, not only would Luan Yu not be blamed by the Longhua ancestor, he would also be able to easily obtain the seeds of many spiritual herbs that were already extinct in the world of cultivation. As expected, the Longhua ancestor waved his hand in a nonchalant manner and said, since Luan Yu likes them, you can pick up all the mature seeds. Lu Ping stayed in the sea of flowers for another day. During that time, Lu Ping and the Longhua ancestor talked about their experiences in cultivating spiritual herbs. They talked about how to cultivate some famous spiritual herbs that were already extinct in the world of cultivation. Only the Longhua ancestor could impart such knowledge to him, who did not even know if his lifespan was 30,000 or 35,000 years. In particular, after Luan Yu joined them, the inherited memories of the Woodluan clan regarding the cultivation of spiritual herbs greatly amazed the Longhua ancestor. Meanwhile, the Longhua ancestor's own methods of cultivating spiritual herbs amazed Luan Yu as well. After a long conversation, the three of them each learned something. Early the next morning, the Longhua ancestor looked into the distance outside the sea of flowers with a serious expression. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the pulse-nourishing spirit formation and see the scene in the fallen archipelago. Seeing Lu Ping and Luan Yu walk over, the Longhua ancestor sighed and said, originally, the old man thought that the sky of myriad poisons would close in 3 days. However, yesterday, something unexpected happened to the old man's body, which activated the sky of myriad poisons ahead of time. The density of the poisonous mist within the sky of myriad poisons has been rising sharply since yesterday. Today, the sky of myriad poisons will probably return to its original state. Therefore, you must leave the fallen archipelago today. Who knows how many hundreds of years it will be before we meet again. Lu Ping activated the House of Gold and sent his divine sense towards the busy amethyst wasps in the sea of flowers. A moment later, the haggard amethyst wasp queen, Zilan, flew out from the sea of flowers. However, she did not fly directly into the House of Gold. Instead, she landed on Lu Ping's shoulder. She then lowered her legs and sat on his shoulder. Lu Ping nodded and said, it may be because the shock of the Longhua ancestor yesterday affected the body, causing the entire fallen archipelago to close in advance. Martial Uncle Lyra has been discovered. Although Martial Uncle Lyra has led them away, it's better for us to leave from another place just in case. Luan Yu exited the pulse-nourishing spirit formation from another direction in the secret place. She hurriedly hid behind Lu Ping, who came out with her. Seeing this, Lu Ping directly opened the portal space of the House of Gold and brought Luan Yu into the House of Gold. The myriad poisons meteorite gang was activated, and a layer of black smoke appeared on the surface of the golden gang chi. Lu Ping felt that the density of the poisonous fog had almost doubled. Looking at the poisonous fog that had changed from grayish-black to black, he did not dare to stop. After determining the direction, Lu Ping quickly flew in the direction of the periphery of the fallen archipelago. The vibration of the poisonous fog in the fallen archipelago even caused a poisonous fog storm. The poisonous fog, which was originally quite corrosive to a cultivator's real essence, suddenly began to flow rapidly after its density increased. Moreover, this flow did not have the slightest regularity, but the impact it brought was fatal. Lyra Laozu had been chased for a day and a night. Along the way, the surrounding poisonous fog storm not only increased in density, but the direction in which the poisonous fog was flowing was also constantly changing. Lyra Laozu had no choice but to cover the entire gang chi with the seven-colored flame, which had advanced to a golden color, to reduce the corrosion of the poisonous fog to a minimum. At the same time, a ball of fire swallowed her in an instant, and then she disappeared in the poisonous fog. When she reappeared, she was already hundreds of feet away. A moment later, a ball of green light suddenly flashed where Lyra Laozu had been. A dense fog spread out, and in the air filled with poisonous fog, a green light shield of 10 feet wide was formed. A middle-aged cultivator of the mid-Dharma stage stepped out of the green light. At the same time, his divine will returned to the surrounding area, but his eyebrows furrowed even more. The green light did not dissipate along with the appearance of the middle-aged cultivator. An early Dharma adept, whose entire body was covered in a glazed light, followed closely behind. After that, there was a flash of golden lightning from within the green light. A cultivator who was obviously from the Yuan family flashed out of the green light and asked, "Brother Lu, which direction did the thief escape to this time?" The first of the three people who appeared was from the Lu family of the Central Plains. He was also the only mid-Dharma stage cultivator. He grunted and said, "This person is very cunning." The flame he used is undoubtedly the seven-colored flame, and it is very likely that it has advanced to the mid-heaven level. In that case, we can come to two conclusions. First, this person must have at least reached the Dharma stage after condensing an 8th-grade golden elixir. Therefore, this person is not to be trifled with among cultivators of the same level. Yuan Feng nodded and said, "The three of us have been chasing this person for a day and a night, but besides causing him to suffer a huge loss at the beginning, we have not been able to catch up with him. This shows that this person's strength is not below mine or that of Yuanshi Laozu of the Crystal Palace." The mid-Dharma stage cultivator of the Lu family, Laozu, looked displeased. He was the only mid-Dharma stage cultivator among the three people who were chasing after him. If he could not catch up with an enemy who was seriously injured and whose level of practice was lower than his, then he would be the one to lose face. At this time, Yuanshi Laozu of the Crystal Palace asked with a smile, "Brother Lu, what is the second conclusion?" The cultivator snorted and puffed out a rough breath. He then said, "Second, the cultivator who used the seven-colored flame is most likely an alchemist. Based on this person's level of practice, this person's achievement in alchemy is at least at the master level, or perhaps even at the grandmaster level." Yuanshi Laozu still had a smile on his face, but he said, "I think this person is an alchemist grandmaster. No wonder this person is so slippery. Under the circumstances that the poisonous fog in the Fallen Islands has become so thick and unstable, she can still so easily escape from the three of us. Only someone at the level of alchemy grandmaster can do this." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng agreed and said, "My friend Yuanshi is right. However, I don't know if the two of you have realized that with this person's ability, she would only need less than half a day to rush out of the Fallen Islands. However, she has been lingering around the periphery of the Fallen Islands, unwilling to rush out." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi Laozu spread out his divine will in all directions, but in an instant, he retracted it and said in surprise, "The poisonous fog here is so thick that even the old man's divine will does not dare to linger for long. However, my friend Yuan Feng is right. During this period of time, we have been lingering around the periphery of the fallen islands. The Lu family practitioner snorted coldly and said, "What's so strange about this? If this person is really an alchemist grandmaster, then with her seven-colored flame, she would be the safest in this poisonous fog. Once she leaves the fallen islands, without the surrounding poisonous fog, how could an early Dharma adept like her escape from the three of us?" Yuanshi Laozu did not like the way Laozu of the Lu family spoke. Although Yuanshi Laozu was only an early Dharma adept, Laozu of the Crystal Palace was of a higher status in the world of practitioners. Why would he care about a mid-Dharma adept from a mid-tier family? Thus, he laughed coldly and said, "Brother Lu, you really know everything. Why have you been leading the two of us for a day and a night, eating the dust of someone else?" Laozu of the Lu family was already secretly anxious because he had not been able to catch up with the mysterious adept who had attacked and killed several late core forging disciples of the Lu family. When he heard Yuanshi Laozu's taunting words, he became even more furious. Yuan Feng, who was at the side, observed the situation. Seeing that the situation was not right, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Oh, why are you two like this? Even if we can't catch up with this person this time, don't forget that when we found this person, she was lurking outside the barrier of the secret zone." What does this mean? This means that this person has an accomplice, and her accomplice is a late core forging adept. Otherwise, how could she have entered the secret zone? The Lu family cultivator calmed down and suddenly understood that although Yuanshi Laozu's cultivation was not as good as his, the crystal palace behind him was not something the Lu family could afford to provoke. Previously, it was because of Peng Shiyuan, but now, if the two families Fa Xiang Laozu fought again, it would really be a fight to the death. Once it reached that situation, facing the suppression of the Crystal Palace, even if the Lu family was in the central region, they would not have the slightest power to resist. The Lu family cultivator looked at Yuan Feng gratefully and said in a deep voice, "Yes, after the late core forging adepts of our three families evacuated from the secret zone, in addition to escorting these seed adepts who are likely to enter the law phase stage in the future, each of the three families also left a Fa Xiang Laozu behind to guard the secret zone until the last moment. Once another adept appears in the secret zone, even if we don't catch this cultivator who used the seven-colored flame, we can still find out their origin from a late core forging adept." Yuanshi Laozu snorted coldly and said, "He dared to kill the Crystal Palace's adept. When the time comes, the old man will take his memory and completely destroy the force behind him. I will let all the overseas cultivators understand the consequences of offending the Crystal Palace." Tian Qin Laozu was hiding in the turbulent poisonous fog. After a while, she finally came to a relatively calm island on the periphery. Just as she found a hidden place to settle down, Tian Qin Laozu opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. "I don't know if Lu Tianling's disciple died in there. I did my best. If worst comes to worst, I'll fight with Lu Tianling again when I get back." Chapter 571. The two tremors of the Dragon Pagoda tree not only caused the sky of poison to close in advance, but also formed a huge poisonous fog storm. But at this time, what Lu Ping did not know was that it was precisely this sudden poisonous fog storm that not only caused many late core forging realm cultivators who ventured into the fallen archipelago to lose their lives, but also caused the divine sense of the Dharma realm cultivators to not dare to casually spread out under the impact of the storm to investigate the surrounding movement. Under normal circumstances, the three Dharma realm cultivators could completely monitor the periphery of the entire secret plane, but at this time, they seemed to be unable to do so. When Lu Ping came out of the secret plane, he happened to encounter the attack of a poisonous fog storm. It was the sudden arrival of this poisonous fog storm that allowed Lu Ping to avoid the divine sense of the three Dharma realm cultivators and quickly flew out of the island. However, at this time, the consumption of the qi in Lu Ping's body had also accelerated a lot, almost twice as fast as when Lu Ping first entered the center of the fallen archipelago. Fortunately, the moment Lu Ping entered the secret plane, he seized the opportunity to make a breakthrough. In one fell swoop, his cultivation was promoted to the 6th stage of the core forging realm, so that Lu Ping's strength had greatly increased. Moreover, after the integration of the 12 poisonous beast bloodlines in the Fallen Archipelago, the purity and thickness of Lu Ping's bloodline had reached a height that cultivators of the same level could not reach. This allowed Lu Ping, who already had a thick qi, to build a stronger foundation. Lu Ping flew in the direction of the sky of poison with all his strength, and the desire in his heart for a suitable flying magic weapon became stronger. Just as Lu Ping passed by a small island, Lu Ping saw a late core forging realm cultivator turn into a bloody light and chase after Lu Ping. However, when the cultivator was 2 or 3 miles away from Lu Ping, the bloody light suddenly began to dissipate, as if the cultivator's qi had been exhausted. The late core forging realm cultivator who was enveloped by the light suddenly screamed, but it did not help. Lu Ping saw a cultivator with a pale and desperate face due to the exhaustion of qi. Then, the cultivator's body was eroded by the poisonous fog, turned into a green smoke and integrated into the poisonous fog. At the same time, a pool of blood sprinkled down. Lu Ping was secretly shocked. In the 3 to 4 days before the sky of poison closed up, the density of the poisonous fog in the Fallen Islands would slowly rise, giving the cultivators who entered the sky of poison enough time to retreat. However, yesterday, Lu Ping and the others had inadvertently triggered the shaking of the Dragon Pagoda tree, causing the sky of poison to activate in advance. In just one day, the density of the poisonous fog in the sky above the Fallen Islands had reached a level that could only be reached in the past 3 to 4 days. Due to the haste, many cultivators had insufficient cultivation bases. Or perhaps, the anti-poison pills they brought with them were incapable of resisting the onslaught of the poisonous fog. In the end, they could only die in the forbidden area. Not even their corpses could be preserved. When Lu Ping saw the cultivator behind him die, a storage belt fell from the sky. Stretching out his hand, Lu Ping lashed out with a long whip. As the whip lashed out, it kept elongating until the storage belt was hovering in midair. Lu Ping flicked his hand to retrieve the long whip. Obtaining a storage belt of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator so easily caused Lu Ping to exclaim that his luck had finally come. However, although Lu Ping was excited about obtaining a storage belt of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator, the vigilance in his heart grew. The light beneath his feet grew faster, leaving a faintly discernible dark blue trail of light in the midst of the poisonous fog. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to reach the periphery of the Fallen Islands, Lu Ping's dignified expression suddenly changed. He turned his head to look at the poisonous fog beside him, and a 3-foot-long cyan light suddenly shot out from his eyes. A loud roar came from the poisonous mist. A tall and burly cultivator suddenly leaped out from the mist and swung a pair of huge copper hammers at Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked at the cultivator, who only had a thin layer of protective aura. The aura contained a few faint crimson filaments, as if it would break at any time. At a glance, Lu Ping understood that this cultivator should have taken a poison-repellent pill. However, the medicinal power hidden in the protective aura obviously could not support him to walk out of the Fallen Islands. However, Lu Ping flew past him at this time, so the burly cultivator naturally turned his attention to Lu Ping. A water light under Lu Ping's feet jumped up and made a splash in midair. Like a torrent making a sharp turn in midair, Lu Ping's figure passed through the pincer attack of the 2 copper hammers. Dang! A loud noise shook Lu Ping's ears, but Lu Ping did not stop at all. He continued to escape in the direction of the myriad poison sky wall. However, the burly cultivator behind him had obviously regarded Lu Ping as the last life-saving straw. Naturally, he would not give up so easily. The moment the 2 copper hammers collided, one of the copper hammers that was flying in the direction of Lu Ping took advantage of the collision force and chased after Lu Ping under the control of the cultivator. Seeing that Lu Ping was about to be hit from the back by the copper hammers, the burly cultivator's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, as if he saw a glimmer of hope to escape. Puff! Lu Ping's body was smashed by the copper hammers. The burly cultivator's face changed. He saw the smashed body of Lu Ping turn into a mass of water and sprinkle down from the sky. The real Lu Ping took advantage of the water escape force to fly a few dozen feet forward. The burly cultivator let out an angry roar and chased from behind again. At this time, the burly cultivator had reached the moment of life and death. Lu Ping in front of him was his only hope of survival. This 8th-level cultivator stimulated all the potential of his body. Blood began to flow out of his mouth and nose, and the light under his feet soared. Under the cover of the dark poisonous fog, he traveled a few dozen feet forward. When Lu Ping became aware of the burly cultivator's intentions, he had already thought of a countermeasure, which was to stall for time. This was because the burly cultivator couldn't afford to waste time. As long as he could stall for a period of time, the antidote in the burly cultivator's protective aura would run out. At that time, he could only use his true essence to resist the erosion of the poisonous fog. It wouldn't take long for the fallen archipelago to become a ghost. Of course, there was another important reason. Lu Ping didn't want to expose his 6th-level core forging cultivation. Once Lu Ping was forced to fight with the burly cultivator, the stone armor on Lu Ping's body would no longer be able to conceal his aura. Regardless of whether Lu Ping was a match for this 8th-level core forging cultivator, the mere exposure of his 6th-level core forging cultivation gave the burly cultivator infinite confidence. However, at this time, Lu Ping had nowhere to hide. Not only did the burly cultivator stimulate his own potential, but he even risked the danger of his divine sense being eroded by the poisonous fog. He firmly locked on to Lu Ping's figure and swung a copper hammer at Lu Ping. Lu Ping turned around, and the golden sword light split the dark poisonous fog. At the same time, the fierce aura on his body disappeared. The burly cultivator's expression changed. From Lu Ping's aura, he actually felt an aura that was not weaker than a cultivator who had just advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage. That aura actually contained a trace of bloodline pressure. This was a situation that the burly cultivator had only encountered when facing a top-level demonic beast. Could this person be a top-level demonic beast that had just advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage? The burly cultivator's heart gradually sank, and at the same time, a feeling of despair suddenly welled up in his heart. Since I am going to die, even if I am not a match for you, don't think that you will have an easy time. The surface of the copper hammer suddenly burst out with a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ping looked at the copper hammer flying towards him and was startled. Why does this person want to risk his life so soon? Lu Ping didn't have much time to think. The golden scale sword slashed at the long handle of the copper hammer. Suddenly, the copper hammer lost its aim and spun to the side of Lu Ping. So you are only a mid-core forging stage cultivator. How dare you enter the fallen archipelago? The ignorant are truly fearless. The burly cultivator saw that the cultivator in front of him who seemed to be at the Dharma manifestation stage suddenly became a mid-core forging stage cultivator. After the great sorrow and joy, the burly cultivator was agitated and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Although the cultivator regretted that he had stimulated his own potential in order to risk his life and endured the severe pain of his divine sense being corroded, he didn't have much time to think about it now that there was a chance to escape. The other copper hammer appeared in his hand and he directly attacked Lu Ping. I think you are relying on the poison-repellent treasure on you. If you can hand over the treasure, I will not only spare your life, but also take you out of the myriad poison firmament wall. What do you think? The burly cultivator tried to persuade Lu Ping, but the 2 copper hammers in his hands didn't show any mercy. They smashed towards Lu Ping with all their strength. He simply wanted to end the battle quickly. There was no room for negotiation. If Lu Ping hesitated because he was afraid of the burly cultivator's cultivation, he might be smashed into a pile of mud by the burly cultivator. Lu Ping didn't fight the burly cultivator head-on. Instead, he kept dodging up and down, trying to avoid the burly cultivator's frontal attacks as much as possible. Only when he was forced to do so would he use the golden scale sword to block the heavy copper hammers. In the blink of an eye, the burly cultivator launched more than 20 continuous attacks. Although Lu Ping was always at a disadvantage, he kept defending. After advancing to the 6th layer of core forging stage, Lu Ping actually had the strength to fight against an 8th layer core forging stage cultivator. How could this be? The burly cultivator never dreamed that a mid-stage core forging stage cultivator in front of him could fight with him for such a long time. The trace of joy in his heart gradually faded as time dragged on. Lu Ping watched as the burly cultivator's moves gradually became chaotic. Although there was still a trace of scarlet silk left in the aura shield, the burly cultivator had lost the last bit of hope. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Lu Ping with a face full of madness. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat and he cursed inwardly. He immediately turned into a stream of water and fled into the distance.
Chapter 572. Lu Ping, who was flying backwards, formed a series of hand seals. Lu Ping, who was originally only using the meteoric vital energy shield of myriad poison to protect his body, suddenly blossomed with a 6th-grade lotus flower. A broken flag slowly rose up from the top of Lu Ping's head. At that moment, the stalwart cultivator, who was hot on his tail, had gone completely mad. A clump of white mist surged out and a massive great white shark poked its head out from the mist. It cast a resentful glance at Lu Ping. Then, its nearly 2 zhang long body suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Before the muffled sound of the great white shark's self-destruction could be heard, the erupting mist of blood had already swept towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping did his best to fly backwards. The 6-layered astral energy shield was instantly riddled with holes. The water control flag fluttered and a black curtain of light with a hint of blue light poured down. White lotus flowers floated above the curtain of light, constantly repairing Lu Ping's astral energy shield and resisting the invasion of the erupting mist of blood. Lu Ping's face was pale. The primary energy within his body was like a broken dam as it surged towards the astral energy shield. However, his expression remained calm. Lu Ping spread out his left palm and a purple flame appeared on his palm. Lu Ping pushed his palm forward and the eastern purple chi flame immediately transformed into a wave of fire, burning away a large amount of the mist of blood. However, this was not enough. Lu Ping's right palm immediately spun and the violent dark prison poisonous fire transformed into a wall of fire in front of Lu Ping. Together with the eastern purple chi flame, the wall of fire resisted the blood mist that was spreading towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's means were naturally not limited to this. A small gourd suddenly rose from behind Lu Ping. The gourd rotated slowly in the air as if it was brewing something. After a moment, the mouth of the gourd suddenly crackled and a ball of colorful lightning burst out from the gourd. Countless colorful lightning raged in the blood mist. Lu Ping suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten. The self-destruction of the great white shark, an 8th-level core forging realm beast cultivator, was not able to drag Lu Ping down with it even though Lu Ping was prepared for it. Lu Ping looked at the center of the self-destruction and sighed with regret. The burly cultivator's self-destruction had also blown up the storage magic tool he carried. However, Lu Ping's eyes lit up and a long whip appeared in his hand. Lu Ping threw it into the depths of the poisonous mist and heard a few clanging sounds. The pair of copper hammers used by the burly cultivator were entangled by Lu Ping's long whip. Lu Ping caught the pair of copper hammers with both hands and his face was filled with joy. He felt a strong sense of rejection from the copper hammers.
Lu Ping's primary energy mixed with his divine sense suddenly poured into the copper hammers. Lu Ping felt that the rejection from the copper hammers suddenly weakened. The pair of copper hammers was clearly the burly cultivator's life-bound magic treasure. Additionally, the burly cultivator had refined them with 6 Tao talismans, reaching the pinnacle of spirit-linking magic treasures. Although Lu Ping was not proficient in artifact crafting, he had an alchemy grandmaster as a good friend. Thus, he was able to appraise magic treasures. The quality of the pair of copper hammers had been refined to a high level by the burly cultivator. Clearly, the burly cultivator had already made preparations for the copper hammers to advance to the spirit nurturing grade. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and ended up falling within the Great Fallen Archipelago. After going through the frenzied pursuit of the dying cultivator, Lu Ping became even more cautious. Lu Ping did his best to retract the layer of light radiating from his body to reduce the temptation to others. At the same time, he did his best to make his way out of the myriad poison firmament wall. Fortunately, Lu Ping did not encounter another situation similar to the burly cultivators. Thus, he managed to reach the myriad poison firmament wall without any mishaps. By then, the myriad poison firmament wall had almost become invisible. Lu Ping dared not be negligent. He slammed his head into the myriad poison firmament wall and left the Great Fallen Archipelago. The moment Lu Ping appeared outside the myriad poison firmament wall, he was shocked. However, Lu Ping did his best to hide his aura. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. A wave of divine sense surged out from his body, suppressing everything around him. After that, Lu Ping flew towards the location of the illusionary spirit formation. Not long after Lu Ping left, the void flashed and 7 or 8 cultivators appeared from various directions. They were standing in the middle of the position Lu Ping had just emerged from. 5 of them were late-stage core forging cultivators while the remaining 3 were at the 5th or 6th layer of core forging. A short and burly cultivator with a shaggy beard spat out a mouthful of phlegm towards the sea and cursed fiercely, "Damn it, I actually bumped into a Dharma cultivator." A few feet away from the short and burly cultivator, a cultivator with a gentle face, waved a folding fan and said with a smile, "Big Tiger Beard, you should be glad that he didn't attack you. Otherwise, how many of us can survive?" The short and burly cultivator with a long beard, Big Tiger Beard, snorted twice. He looked quite indignant, but he did not say anything. Instead, a cultivator with a missing ear beside him said with some regret, "That's not necessarily true." That cultivator was in a hurry and his face was pale. Obviously, he also suffered a lot in the Great Fallen Archipelago. "We wouldn't be able to stop you in time even if we wanted to." Lu Ping quickly agreed. Spiritual Master Xian Su saw that he had achieved his goal and quickly said, "Junior sister Tianqin was seriously injured in the perished archipelago. She told you to go see her as soon as you return." When Lu Ping heard that Tianqin Laozu was injured, his expression became a bit more serious. He nodded in agreement and followed the two into the cave residence. Tianqin Laozu looked pale as she sat there cross-legged. Lu Ping was shocked to see her like this. Tianqin Laozu didn't wait for Lu Ping to speak and coldly snorted, "You are indeed a good disciple taught by Lu Tianling. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare to enter the myriad poisoned sky wall with such a small cultivation. Do you really not know how the word death is written?" Lu Ping didn't know why Tianqin Laozu's expression changed, but he still solemnly thanked Tianqin Laozu for everything she had done for him in the perished archipelago. Then Lu Ping narrated what he had seen and heard in the secret plane. Of course, Lu Ping didn't say anything about the Longhuai ancestor. He only told Tianqin Laozu, Spiritual Master Xian Su, and Spiritual Master Xian Sen that the secret plane could trigger an opportunity to advance to the late stage of core forging realm, as well as the possibility of producing myriad wonder dew, living soil, and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After listening to Lu Ping's narration, Tianqin Laozu's expression didn't change, but she didn't say anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sen were surprised by the news that Lu Ping brought back, especially when they heard that Xian Ling's sect, under the leadership of the Crystal Palace, had also participated in this trip to the secret plane. Their faces were even more worried. Xian Ling's sect's matter is nothing to worry about. Whether a sect can develop and grow has never depended on external forces. Although Dao Yan participated in the Crystal Palace's operation, with Dao Yan's identity, how many benefits will the Crystal Palace give him? Spiritual Master Xian Sen pondered for a moment and said, "What Senior Sister Tianqin said is true, but the Crystal Palace is rich and overbearing. If they really support Xianling's sect, they don't need to support Xianling's sect to become the #1 sect in the North Sea. They only need to let Xianling's sect keep harassing our sect, making it impossible for us to develop normally, and their goal will be achieved. Now, in addition to the Crystal Palace's blatant intervention in the North Sea's affairs, there seem to be forces in the Middle Earth and the South Sea. The Blue Sea sect and the Blue Wave sect merged and became the third largest sect in the North Sea. At this time, the situation in the North Sea can be said to be unpredictable. Jinling, can be said to be treading on thin ice in the North Sea. Chapter 573. I just don't know who the late core forging adept from Xianling's sect who followed Dao Yan into the Fallen Archipelago is. I also don't know if this person has already made use of the opportunity provided by the secret land to break through his cultivation. I also don't know how much Xianling's sect has gained from following the Crystal Palace in the secret land. Compared to Xian Sen, enlightened Master Xian Su was more concerned about Xianling's sect's gains. Just as enlightened Master Xian Su and enlightened Master Xian Sen were worried about the situation in the North Sea because of the alliance between Xianling's sect and the Crystal Palace, Lyra Laozu, who was sitting in the upper seat, suddenly laughed out loud. Enlightened Master Xian Su hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "Junior sister, why are you laughing? Have you thought of a countermeasure?" Lyra Laozu giggled and said, "We don't need to worry about these things. She, Lu Tianling, is now a Dharma adept and a deacon of our sect. Naturally, she exercises the power of the sect leader. Of course, it's her turn to worry about these things. What does it have to do with us?" Enlightened Master Xian Su was stunned by Lyra Laozu's words and did not know how to answer. Enlightened Master Xian Sen smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. Lu Ping sat expressionlessly at the lower seat, as if he did not hear what was said at all. Lyra Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said, "Is there anything else?" Lu Ping bowed to Lyra Laozu very solemnly and said, "I wonder if Uncle Master has a wood-based, low-grade earth-level spirit item." Lyra Laozu raised her head and glanced at Lu Ping, then asked casually, "Why, do you want it?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "I don't dare to reap without sowing. I want to trade." Tianqin Laozu smiled casually and said, "It seems that you were lucky enough to survive the Fallen Archipelago and obtained some treasures." "That's right, I heard that you have the reputation of the treasure boy in our sect. Relying on Lu Tianling's support, you learned a few spells and abilities. Among the third-generation disciples, you opened up a small Huangli island and even managed to invite the hypocrite Jiang Tianlin to oversee it. If that's the case, then it's naturally very easy to exchange for a low earth-level spirit item." Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. Lu Ping pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Lyra Laozu's words. When Tianqin Laozu saw that Lu Ping didn't respond to her provocation, she immediately felt bored and asked, "What do you want to trade? If it's also a low earth-level spirit item, then it's better not to open your mouth. This Laozu doesn't care about low earth-level spirit items." Lu Ping had 2 portions of the Heaven Gang golden liquid in his hands. It was a low earth-level metal attribute spirit item. It was suitable to exchange 1 portion for a wood attribute spirit item of the same grade. Unexpectedly, when Tianqin Laozu said this, Lu Ping didn't expect it. Lu Ping looked up and found that Tianqin Laozu was looking at Lu Ping with interest. His eyes flashed with ridicule. Obviously, he was deliberately making things difficult for him. At the side, Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sen also had smiles on their faces. Their expressions actually had a trace of anticipation. It was obvious that they also wanted to see if Lu Ping could take out an item that would interest Fa Xiang Laozu. Lu Ping thought about it. After entering the Fallen Great Archipelago, especially after meeting the Longhuai ancestor in the secret ground, he had plenty of treasures that could be exchanged for an earth-level spirit item. He believed that whether it was 1 or 2 drops of Wonder Dew, or half a bottle of amethyst royal jelly, Lu Ping believed that Tianqin Laozu would have no reason to refuse. Lu Ping's divine perception went back and forth between the storage ring and the golden house a few times. His divine perception suddenly locked onto an item, and his eyes instantly lit up. He thought to himself, how can I almost forget about this item? With a plan in mind, Lu Ping immediately chuckled and said, Martial Uncle, why don't you take a look at this item? Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sun looked over and saw Lu Ping taking out a piece of yellow ore that was the size of a skull and had a metallic luster. For a moment, they couldn't recognize the origin of this item. When Tianqin Laozu saw Lu Ping taking out the ore, his eyes shot out a ray of light. There was a flash of joy on his face as he asked in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to actually have this item. Where did you get it? Lu Ping smiled and said, this disciple is also lucky. This disciple was collecting spirit herbs in the fallen Great Archipelago's sea region by accident. Spiritual Master Xian Su was speechless and said, Martial Nephew Lu, you are actually able to enter the fallen Great Archipelago's sea region? Only Fa Xiang Laozu can infiltrate that place for a long time. There wasn't much surprise on Tianqin Laozu's face because Lu Ping used the tiger's might to scare away Eastern Pole Laozu and help Tianqin Laozu get rid of Eastern Pole Laozu's entanglement. At that time, Lu Ping was at the bottom of the fallen Great Archipelago. Without waiting for Lu Ping to reply, Spiritual Master Xian Sun suddenly let out an ah and said, I remember now. This 1,000 sand copper is an essential item to refine a top-grade alchemy furnace. Although its rank isn't high, it is extremely rare. Its value isn't below that of an earth-grade spirit item. Using this item to exchange for a wood attribute low-grade earth-grade spirit item is more than enough. Spiritual Master Xian Sen's last sentence was actually directed at Tianqin Laozu. How could Tianqin Laozu not understand the meaning behind Spiritual Master Xian Sen's words? He glanced at Spiritual Master Xian Sen and said, Junior brother Xian Sen, I know that this brat has done you a great favor, but there is no need to speak up for him so blatantly. Spiritual Master Xian Sen's thoughts were seen through by Spiritual Master Xian Sen, but there wasn't much embarrassment on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, this brat has a lover who is senior sister Xian Chen's favorite disciple. She has always been managing Huangli Island for him. Right now, she is also at the 3rd layer of the core forging realm. I'm afraid that this brat is preparing for a rainy day to please a beauty. Spiritual Master Xian Sen's thoughts were seen through by Spiritual Master Xian Sen, and a rare blush appeared on his face. Tianqin Laozu let out an oh sound and indifferently looked at Lu Ping. She said, our sect originally had 3 top-grade alchemy furnaces. Unfortunately, one of them had been used for a long time and suffered heavy damage during an attempt to upgrade it to a magic treasure. All these years, we haven't been able to repair it. It is precisely because we lack a high-quality 1,000 sand copper. Your 1,000 sand copper ore came at the right time. Once this top-grade alchemy furnace is repaired, our sect's foundation will increase by another level. Lu Ping's heart was filled with joy. Tianqin Laozu had agreed to exchange for a wood attribute low-grade earth-grade spirit item with him. However, Tianqin Laozu's words caused Lu Ping to unconsciously frown. Seeing this, Tianqin Laozu's expression became even more playful. He said, the value of this piece of 1,000 sand copper far exceeds that of a low-grade earth-grade spirit item. Since you insist on exchanging for it, Martial Uncle can't discourage this junior's enthusiasm for serving the sect. Here is a piece of heavy crow wood. It's even more valuable than a normal piece of heavy crow wood. Take it and give it to your little lover. Lu Ping handed the 1,000 sand copper over to Tianqin Laozu. Then, he carefully placed the heavy crow wood into a jade box. After pasting a spirit sealing talisman on the outside, he stored it in his storage ring. Tianqin Laozu also roughly recounted his experiences on the fallen archipelago to perfected Xian Sun and perfected Xian Su. When they heard that Tianqin Laozu had actually obtained a heaven-grade spirit item, the Shantian evil wood, in the fallen archipelago, the two were overjoyed. Especially perfected Xian Sen, who even had a hint of excitement on his face. Perfected Xian Sen practiced a wood attribute technique. The Xiantian evil wood was the most suitable for him to condense a high-grade golden core. However, if he wanted to deal with a heaven-grade spirit item, he usually had to obtain the approval of the few Laozu in the sect. After all, perfected Xian Sen was still quite a distance away from the great completion of the 9th stage of the core forging realm. There were still many variables in the process. This piece of Xiantian evil wood could only be said to give him the greatest hope of obtaining it. After hearing that the easternmost Laozu had chased after Tianqin because of the Xiantian evil wood, but had been forced to retreat by Lu Ping, who pretended to be a Dharma adept, the two looked at Lu Ping with increasingly strange gazes. This made Lu Ping feel rather helpless. During the battle between the easternmost Laozu and Tianqin Laozu, the underwater volcano had exploded. During that time, the high-grade earth-grade spirit item, the earthly blood flame, was also obtained by Tianqin Laozu. Perfected Xian Su laughed and said, "The earthly blood flame? Junior sister is really lucky." In this way, the spirit item that Xian Hui needs to smelt to advance to the late core forging realm will be settled. While the few of them were talking about the earthly blood flame, Lu Ping's divine will entered the House of Gold. In a valley behind the little lonely mountain, a bright red flame was slowly burning. If Tianqin Laozu was here, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance that this bright red flame was the earthly blood flame that had erupted from underground along with the earthly blood flame. At this time, Lu Qiner was happily dancing around this earthly blood flame. This was because Lu Ping had previously promised Lu Qiner that he would use this earthly blood flame to smelt her shield of vigor. However, this earthly blood flame and the earthly blood flame had been brewing underground for many years before it was accidentally ignited during the battle between Tianqin Laozu and the easternmost Laozu. The essence of the flame contained within it was something that Lu Qiner, who had inherited from Yen Wujiu, could not completely refine. When Spiritual Master Xian Su and Spiritual Master Xian Sen heard Tianqin Laozu say that she and Lu Ping, who was pretending to be a Dharma adept, helped the Heavenly Moon sect and the Carefree sect confront the Yuan clan, and obtained a high-grade earthly level wind attribute spirit item. Although the two of them felt a little regretful, they still smiled and said, "Senior sister's trip to the fallen Great Islands can be said to be fruitful. This whirlwind feather is really lucky for Zhang Shenbei." This time, among the third-generation disciples at the peak of the 6th level of the core forging realm, 5 of them have obtained suitable spirit items to advance to the late core forging realm. I believe that before long, our sect will have 5 more late core forging realm adepts. After coming out of the cave, senior sister Li Xuanru walked over and gave Lu Ping a jade slip, saying, "This is what junior brother Xianchu asked me to give to you." After giving me this jade slip, he hurriedly left. Lu Ping looked through the contents of the jade slip, then raised his head and said, "I need to return to Soundwave Island as soon as possible." Chapter 574. Lu Ping didn't hide the faction he established in the fallen mystic realm from the sect. He even got Tian Xiang Laozu's secret support, even though Lu Ping's faction was just one of the 72 small factions under the Northern Alliance. Li Xuanru heard Lu Ping's urgency and quickly asked, "Did something happen on the island? Do you need me to go with you? Should I inform Jingzha Island's Uncle Master Tian Xiang and the seniors of our sect?" Lu Ping was touched, but he shook his head and smiled, "Senior apprentice sister, it's not that serious. It's an old friend who came to visit. I've received his kindness in the past, so I can't be impolite. I should welcome him personally." It had been a few decades since Qi Lianying left Listening Waves Island. Qi Lianying stuck to the plan Lu Ping set before he left, keeping a low profile and doing his best to manage the island. After a few decades, Qi Lianying and the others had managed Listening Waves Island and the nearby islands to a thriving state. With the alchemy grandmaster Yu Jiangrui, the cultivators on Listening Waves Island had also established a relatively complete cultivation system. On this day, a streak of light arrived outside Soundwave Island. Several cultivators patrolling outside the island immediately stopped in the sky and looked at the streak of light that had slowed down and was slowly descending towards them. When a young cultivator in his 20s walked out from the light, the patrolling cultivator scanned him with his divine sense. His face turned solemn and he quickly bowed, "Greetings, Senior. May I know why Senior is here on Soundwave Island? I can report to my superiors." Lu Ping looked at the cultivators in front of him. They were all blood condensation cultivators. The leader was at mid-blood condensation while the other 4 were early blood condensation cultivators. Zhang Tu. A cultivator with a delicate face suddenly appeared behind the leader. He pointed at Lu Ping and said excitedly, He's the Island Lord." Island Lord? Not only Zhang Tu, but the other cultivators also looked at Lu Ping in surprise. "Island Lord? No way, I heard our Soundwave Island Lord has been traveling the world for decades. Scarlet Serpent Fairy has always been in charge of the island. Little Sima, are you sure this is the Island Lord?" Lu Ping looked at the young cultivator in front of him and smiled. "Little Sima, I didn't expect it to be you. Didn't I arrange for you to be an apprentice in the Li clan's spirit herb shop? Why are you here on Soundwave Island?" The one who recognized Lu Ping was Lu Ping's young guide boy, Little Sima. At the time, Little Sima was only 6 or 7 years old, but his mind was very clear. He always wanted to learn skills from Lu Ping, but Lu Ping didn't like Little Sima's shrewdness at such a young age. Thus, he only casually passed on some knowledge of spirit herbs to him and asked the Li clan to arrange a position for him as a clerk in a spirit herb shop. This could be considered as giving him a starting point. As Little Sima saw that Lu Ping actually recognized him, he trembled with excitement. He quickly bowed and said, "Several years ago when the Carefree faction was established, the Li clan joined the Carefree faction. The entire clan moved to Carefree Island where the Carefree faction was founded. This junior is only an apprentice and doesn't have the qualifications to follow the Li clan to Carefree Island. This junior knows that Soundwave Island is the influence that Senior established, so I decided to join Senior." As Lu Ping heard Little Sima's words, he was surprised. The Li clan actually left 3 Family Island? Does that mean that the forces sent by the Carefree faction are now stationed on 3 Family Island? Little Sima said with admiration, "That's right. Currently, the Carefree faction has established a Carefree pavilion on 3 Family Island. There are 2 core forging realm cultivators and over 20 blood condensation realm cultivators guarding the territory of the Li clan." Lu Ping nodded. He turned to the cultivator leading the group of 5 and said, "Go and tell Qi Lianying that we have returned." The cultivator leading the group bowed towards Lu Ping and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." As he spoke, he turned and flew towards Soundwave Island. Soundwave Island was originally the name of the 18 small islands in the periphery of the fallen mystic realm. However, after Lu Ping expelled the Wang clan's forces from Tsangling Island, Lu Ping moved his clan's base to Tsangling Island. Thus, Tsangling Island was renamed Soundwave Island. A moment later, dozens of rays of light suddenly rose from Soundwave Island and flew towards Lu Ping. A green light flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, and the corner of his mouth suddenly curved into a smile. These dozens of rays of light were led by Hongying, Yi Buqi, Wu Yan, and the others. They were all the original members of Lu Ping's group. Currently, Hongying and Yi Buqi were both at Core Forging Realm Level 2. However, Yi Buqi had obviously caught up and was not far from breaking through to Core Forging Realm Level 3. Wu Yan was still at Core Forging Realm Level 1. With his aptitude, it was already Lu Ping's special method that allowed him to advance to Core Forging Realm. If he wanted to advance further, it was almost impossible for him to rely on his own hard work. Among Yi Buqi's 6 brothers, 2 had also advanced to Core Forging Realm, which made Lu Ping feel very gratified. From afar, everyone saw Lu Ping hovering in the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Hongying and Wu Yan were overjoyed. They hurriedly stepped forward and kowtowed, saying, "Greetings, Master. We haven't seen each other for decades. Is Master well?" Lu Ping chuckled and waved his sleeves. Hong Ying and the others suddenly felt their bodies being lifted by an irresistible force. In their hearts, they were even more in awe of Lu Ping's unfathomable strength. Lu Ping walked forward, and Yi Buki also hurriedly saluted. Lu Ping looked at Yi Buki and said, "Your cultivation is about to break through to core forging realm level 3. Not bad. You cultivate a metal attribute cultivation method. If you reach the peak of core forging realm, I will give you an opportunity to see if you can advance to core forging realm level 2. If you can advance to core forging realm level 2, I will recommend you to our sect as an outer disciple." Hong Ying and Yi Buki's brothers revealed envious expressions. Only Wu Yan's expression was calm. He knew that he couldn't even advance to the core forging stage. Now, he was lucky enough to advance to the core forging stage. As for advancing to the mid-core forging stage, Wu Yan had never thought about it. Since Lu Ping had such a guarantee, the opportunity Lu Ping was talking about naturally referred to the heaven and earth spirit treasure. Advancing to core forging realm level 2 and becoming Jinling's outer disciple meant that Lu Ping would remove the restriction placed on Yi Buki's divine sense and restore his freedom. In the past, Lu Ping built Soundwaves Island with his bare hands, but he didn't have anyone he could trust. He could only use Hong Ying, Wu Yan, Yi Buki, and the others to plant restrictions in their divine senses using a secret technique. He controlled their lives so that Lu Ping could command them without worry. Now, Lu Ping's cultivation was gradually increasing. With the help of Qi Lianying and Yin Xianchu, he was able to control Soundwaves Island more and more easily. Hong Ying and the others had also completely integrated into Lu Ping's system. Lu Ping was not afraid that after he removed the restriction on them, they would have second thoughts again. When he arrived at Soundwaves Island, Qi Lianying, Yin Xianchu, and Yu Jiangrui were already waiting outside the cave residence. When Lu Ping saw Yu Jiangrui, he laughed and said, "Brother Yu, the 10-year period has long passed, but brother Yu still stayed. I can't thank you enough." Yu Jiangrui smiled and said, "You don't need to thank me. I can stay on the island completely because of Miss Qi Lianying. Now, not only me, but even the younger generation of my family has come to Soundwaves Island. My Yu clan is already a part of Soundwaves Island." Lu Ping looked at Qi Lianying with admiration, but he still said to Yu Jiangrui, "In any case, brother Yu, as an alchemy grandmaster, joining a small force like Soundwaves Island is more or less a waste of your talent." After exchanging greetings, Qi Lianying sent everyone away to perform their duties, leaving only Yu Jiangrui, Yin Xianchu, Hong Ying, and the other high-level cultivators of Soundwaves Island. Only then did Lu Ping ask, "Where is he?" "How long has he been here?" Qi Lianying said, "He arrived at Soundwaves Island after the Phantom Auction and has been staying on Soundwaves Island ever since. When we received the news from Hong Ying, you should have just entered the Fallen Archipelago. However, he has not left Soundwaves Island and has been waiting for you to return." Lu Ping nodded and took the lead to walk into the cave mansion. As soon as Lu Ping stepped into the cave mansion, a wave of spiritual qi hit him in the face. Lu Ping sensed it for a while and said in surprise, "What a rich spiritual qi. There must be more than 3 small spiritual veins in the cave mansion, right?" Qi Lianying giggled and said, "A total of 4, one of which is specially led to the secret room where that person is." Wu Yan also chimed in at this time, "Our Listening Waves Island has been developing steadily over the years. Not only do we have 4 small spiritual veins on the island, but the other mini-islands under our control have also cultivated at least 1 small spiritual vein each. Now, the mini-islands under our jurisdiction have become famous treasure islands in the periphery of the fallen secret land." "Not bad." Lu Ping smiled with satisfaction. As they spoke, they arrived outside a secret room in the cave mansion. This was the secret room that Lu Ping used when he was on Soundwaves Island. Lu Ping looked at the few people behind him, and Qi Lianying and the others all left. Lu Ping turned to the door of the secret room and said loudly, "Senior, are you inside?" "Junior Lu Ping is here." Oh, a hearty laugh came from the secret room. Lu Xiaoyu is here. The old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Ping reached out and pushed the stone door open. A heat wave that could turn ordinary people into ashes rushed out from the secret room. A layer of dark blue light immediately appeared on the surface of Lu Ping's body. The incandescent heat wave rushed in front of Lu Ping and was immediately blocked by the blue light. It could not hurt Lu Ping at all. The incandescent heat wave rushed out from the stone door. Although it could not hurt Lu Ping, the heat wave raged and the entire passageway was instantly shrouded in high temperature. The blue light on the surface of Lu Ping's body surged and a cool feeling spread out. A layer of white fog immediately filled the cave mansion. The heat wave that rushed out from the secret room was immediately suppressed and shrank back into the secret room. I haven't seen you for decades. Lu Xiaoyu's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations. An old man wearing a feather robe was sitting cross-legged opposite the stone door of the secret room. In front of him was a meter-long pill cauldron that was emitting white smoke. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.